Wow, what an episode, right? This is number 2, but number 1 was almost 8 hours long. I've never recorded a video like that. So I had Stationeers completely reset and then started recording so you could see what that's like. Setting the resolution, the rendering quality, then putting up with the default keyboard layout, which is in part a bit annoying. And then how to cope with this thing in the absence of tutorials, right? I mean, you can play the tutorials with some tricks, but in principle, people will try to cope without them. And we did. Now we have the station with station batteries, solar power, automated cooling. You even saw some programming, how to smelt stuff, what to do there. Let's continue with that. Here we can see the save games. There are some autosaves. And what is that? This is the save game in all its different iterations. Some manual saves, I guess at some point they overwrite each other, but you get a long history, so you can always roll back to something else. And of course you can always choose at some point to save that under a new name, which I did here after the end of the episode. So let's load in. You see here the version with which this was created is showing in red because it means it's a different version. Because today I'm playing on a different version of the game, because the Rocketworks team of Stationeers always every day releases a new version, though sometimes there are no differences. It's an automatic build. Often though there are differences. That's why I play on beta. Because there's beta. So when this is loading, now I press escape, it will still fade in. And press F3. Orbit, so I can see the orbit settings, and we have here, you can see the mouse pointer, yes, the time scale 0.3 on the moon here, which will mean a 20-minute day. Like on every world you get 20 minutes per day. There might be a slider later, we have already discovered that hidden in the world selection menu, so we can adjust that, but that's currently not yet possible. And in the previous episode, the first one, which is almost 8 hours long. 8 hours video? What the fuck? This is how stable this thing is. This game is early access, and I'm even playing the beta version. And I recorded almost 8 hours straight, without reboot, without having to reload the game, without dying even, haha. That's insane. That's the quality of programming they do at Rocketworks. Mark that in your head. Anyway, so orbit time scale 0.03, which would be 1/10 of that, as in we will get a day that is not 20 minutes long, but 200. And that is how I set this up at the beginning of the previous episode, which is a bit wicked to do, to introduce a new player to this game and then right from the get-go alter the game's parameters. That's not a good thing to do, right? But I have done this a lot of times without such a thing. And this time I want to do it with, so we can see what that's like, so that you can also bask in the blessings of a day that isn't rushing past you, but is feeling kind of realistic. And same for the night, make no mistake. And we are currently kind of at midnight, and this is what we see. Our station. This is about like the only game I know where you can alter the field of view while you're in the game. So another thing about field of view, because it's, I mean, people underestimate this, the importance. Look at this, the lines which go into the depth, they are not parallel, they're kind of, yeah, they're really moving towards each other in the depth, in the distance, but that is much more pronounced when the field of view is higher. So here we are seeing the same thing, but the geometry is much more pronounced. So that's an argument for a higher field of view. Of course, you must adjust the field of view according to your effective screen size. That's the resulting screen size from the actual physical size of the screen versus your distance from which you are looking at it. That's why I have to use this one. What we have achieved is a station which has lights, which has 2 station batteries. They hold a shit ton of power, with solar panels that point themselves automatically at the sun. We can even point them manually also if you wish. You can use the wrench and change them vertically. But this is not happening. Why? Because their angle is constantly being overwritten by the IC10, by the chip that holds our assembly language program. That's not that you don't need to learn assembly, but you can also use logic chips, or you can operate everything manually. But I mean, if you want to dwell in the full depth of this game, then you want to learn that language, and so I will go into that further in this video. But we also, I mean, the mining is an annoying thing to do. We had a lot of that in the previous video. How can we avoid that? By letting the game mine for us, because that can also be done. So let's do that then. That should be one of our main goals, to get rid of that annoying problem. Get indoors, and once again, this airlock is not a crafting recipe that needs like 5 parts and then the game will verify, okay, it's all there, so it's done. It's all emergent, it is simulated. It is also not a box that you can just place down like in other games, top-down games where you say, okay, here's an airlock and there's a generator and there's another tile here and here's a bed. But instead, we have walls and doors. So if I close the door, then this atmosphere in this room will be separate from all the others, will be hermetically sealed. And then I can suck this room empty. And if I use this active vent here, then it will pump that here. So what was in here will then be in the station. That's what we want to do when we... you can see in the station actually that the air moves, I think. Yep. And that's what's happening because it's coming in through that passive vent there. So, and in this direction, I have just a pipe cowl. It's the same thing as a passive vent, kind of. Only it doesn't need any wall support. It has less throughput, I believe, but it doesn't matter. So here we have another active vent. There are 2 types of airlocks. The simple airlock, which you get from in your lander, but I already made an advanced one, so that we can separate 2 atmospheres. In case something out there is polluted, for example, when where's my furnace? When the furnace out there is running, and when I open it up, then there would be toxic gases, and if the airlock doesn't pump that out, then I would have it here in my station. Now though, I can open my helmet, because the atmosphere in here is safe. 24.7 degrees, some oxygen, lots of it, a little bit of nitrogen, a little bit of CO2, and almost no pollutant. Pollutant is the thing that you don't want to breathe in, but in this amount, that's fine. We can see the temperature just changed to 24.8 degrees Celsius, because there's constantly some heating going on here, because we have devices that excrete a little bit of energy. And if it would be the day, then the sun would shine in through the windows, since we have windows, so it would heat up the respective world box, so the room would heat further. Now we have 24.9 degrees Celsius, now behold.
Hydration critical.
I'm standing here underneath our cooling solution that we made, and very soon it will turn on. We will see 25 degrees here on the tablet, and it will not turn on because it's a rounding issue. And now it will reach the actual 25 degrees, and then it will turn on. And then the other one turns on over there. So see, now it's radically cooler right now. Because space is cold? No, space does not have a temperature. A vacuum does not have a temperature. That is also why when you have a thermos canister, thermos can where you have your coffee, there will be a quicksilver coated glass in there, which reflects the heat back into the coffee container, and between that and the outer such insulated quicksilver or just reflective coated glass, there is a vacuum. So if a vacuum, like space has it, is cold, why would you have that in your coffee can? To cool the coffee down? No, because a vacuum is the perfect insulator. That is why. So a vacuum doesn't cool you down. So how does this work then? Well, a vacuum also doesn't contain anything. And pipes, and like other things, like other containers, they have convection cooling and radiation cooling, or rather thermal energy exchange. I mean, whether it's cooling or heating depends. We can, for example, see here that we have negative value means it is getting warmer, and positive value means that it's radiating its content away, or it's touching its heat away. So by touch it is receiving thermal energy, and by radiation it's losing thermal energy. This pipe is the same pipe as all the others together. It's just one pipe that is long. That is how you have to think of this. And so by adding these pipe radiators up there, I can amplify the radiation aspect ridiculously. And so by pumping the atmosphere of the station out there through this pipe, I can cool it down, and that's what it is. But how does this cooling work? Why does this thing even turn on? And why did this thing not turn on simultaneously? What's the logic here? Well, when I put this thing up in the previous video and I operated these vents manually, I was surprised to realize that it wasn't cooling down the station at all. And then I measured the pressure in the pipe and realized the pressure was 0. So what was happening is I was putting in gas from here and I was sucking out from here. And that was happening so quickly that there was no pressure in the pipe, and thus no cooling effect would kick in. I mean, there needs to be gas in there for the cooling to do something. Oh wait, did I start the mission timer? Oh, I forgot that again. Anyway, this is a custom software I made. It shows the current date and time in UTC. Everybody knows their time zone offset from UTC, yes? Germany, summertime is +2, and in winter it's +1. United States is it depends on what time zone you're talking about, +8 or whatever. So if you see UTC, you can calculate your time easily when this was recorded. Anyway, so it was then empty, and so nothing was actually being cooled. Then I just turned off this vent here, which pumped it back into the station, so it would build some pressure, and then I turned it on again, and shazam, it was getting colder. This thing turns on when this sensor detects a temperature that is higher than 25 degrees Celsius. And it will turn off once the pressure in here has reached a certain value. Before that, it will keep pumping in when the temperature is high enough. This thing will not turn on before the pressure in here hasn't reached a certain value. And all of this is realized by means of programming. And over here we have our nice computer. Let's take a look at it once more. Pause, so we have the time to program, so the game simulation doesn't run away from us. This code does multiple things. Up here we have some definitions, let's ignore those for now. Then we have a start marker to which I can jump. I'm doing that down here. Jump, start. So that this thing runs and runs and runs again and again and again. I could also have set down there jump 20, but that's unsafe. See, if I would maybe do this, or rather do this, then maybe I would miss out on an important statement. But since this marker is moving with the editing, that's safe. I've jumped to start. Here's a yield statement, because the game simulation cannot run this code at light speed like a real program would be, but it will execute about 180 lines of actual code, and then it will force you to wait for one game tick. A game tick is half a second, almost precisely. And when I say yield, then I'm saying I'm willing to wait this game tick right away. So the game will not force this pause at some arbitrary point when that would be happening, but instead it will happen up here, and then I have these 128 lines before there would then be a forced pause, so I am in control of the rhythm. This is not really important, but sometimes it can be important, and why not just do it like this? Start, yield, jump, start. Start, yield, jump, start. That's simple enough to remember, isn't it? So I'm loading here a value from the arc furnace and writing a value to the arc furnace. What is the arc furnace even? We have this thing out here, which came with our lander, and we toss some iron ore in, or some gold for example, and then we turn it on. It's turned on, you can see that here, and then we press the activate button, and then it will smelt that to an ingot. Do we have some ingots here? Yep, that's not gold, that's copper. That's nickel. Oh, forbidden copper. Some lead, and we'll toss that out the other side. But you can see here I put some chutes up because these are not part of the arc furnace, and so I can toss that in from in here, and even more, split. Press Alt to get mouse pointer, you know? The mouse pointer. And then I throw it, bloop, and it turns on automatically, because that's just what I had programmed there. In the previous video I also showed you how you can do that with logic chips, and also explained those sufficiently. So if you want to learn all that stuff, watch the previous video or one of the tons of other teaching videos I have up. So we can just toss in stuff here when we come from mining. It will smelt that, and then it will... Oh, I realized it will only toss that out there. I should put up some chutes to also throw that back into the station. Let me just change the soundtrack, it's a bit shrill. Yeah, with this thing we make chutes and other things. The autolathe comes with a lander. I don't have too much iron. I wonder if I should do this now. We need to go mining again. I don't want to do this now. Okay, let's not do the shooting shooting up of this thing later. There's gold lying on the other side. You can see that here. Yep. And that's what this code did. I was loading. Let's ignore the actual words that are written here. Let's not remember LBS, SB and all of that. I'm just, let's look at this like Lego bricks. This Lego brick says load from the device. Here I'm saying where to load the value that will be loaded from the device. Here I'm saying to load from which device. And here I'm saying to load from which slot of the device, because the arc furnace has input and output slots, and I wanted to react to whether something is in the import slot. You know, when I toss in some gold, it will arrive there, and I want to find out if something has arrived there. And what do I want to know about this input slot? I want to find out whether it is occupied. And let's ignore this because it's particular to this to the programming statement I have here. So I'm finding out, is there something in the import slot? And here I'm saying, okay, if there's something in the import slot, then write that value, which is a 0 or a 1, 0 meaning no, there's not something, and 1, yes, there is something, write that into the activate value, which is equivalent to the activate button. And so that thing will turn on. These two lines do the automation. When I toss something to the arc furnace, badam, and then this happens. It's 3 lines actually, because I'm using here a word that I made up. I could have used it, called it, I don't know, Elon Musk or whatever, instead. But I called it this because programmers like to think in classes and instances. A class is, let's say, I mean, you probably know enough about programming to know that there are data types. For example, there's a text data type where you can have a string like this. That's what they usually call it, a string, a text. You can say quotation mark, blah, 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 quotation mark, and this is the data type text or string, as we programmers say, and that's a data type. There's also the data type number. For example, let's say this. Here I'm saying write into this variable. We have variables here from R0 to R15. That's 16 registers, 16 variables. Doesn't sound like much, but it's plenty. I'm writing the value 0 in there. That would be the data type number. The game program here, programming language, only works in numbers. That's why I'm converting this text here into a number to use it down here. But let's ignore that. What I'm talking about here is classes and instances. So in programming languages, we have data types. Not in this one particularly, but in principle, in real world programming languages. And let's say we have a string variable. So I'm defining a string variable, which is called, for example, name of car equals quotation mark and buggy, for example. It's a buggy, incidental to programming. And so I have now created an instance of the class string variable. So I have the concept of string variables, and that is called a class in programming language. We can define types. You know, this data type is a type, of course, and that's called a class. Why is it called a class? Because at some point someone came up with the idea of not just having these simple data types, but also defining entire complex data types to have, for example, I could define a data type that is called car. And inside of this data type, I could have a field that says name of car or fuel tank fullness of car and so forth. And then I would have this data type car. But this would then be just a class. It wouldn't yet be an instance. So I would create an instance of this car, and then I would write in there the actual name and the actual fuel tank fullness, to how full the fuel tank is, as an example. And since I'm a programmer and I use those concepts here also in the naming, class and instance. So we have the type gas sensor in the station. And I have named this thing with a labeler sense gas. So here I'm turning this word into a number, and here I'm turning this word into a number. And where am I using this? Here. Here I'm saying get a value from this thing into register R0, and I'm saying load it from this type if it has this name. I could also do this, then I would have to remove this part. Then I would just load from any and all gas sensors on the local cable network. But here I'm saying I only want to load from gas sensors that happen to have this given name. The program here only thinks in numbers, but we can conveniently use these words here by using the hashing function and converting that into a number. I could also just copy this thing here and write it down here directly. But if I repeat them, then it's more convenient to just use a keyword that you made up. So LBN, it loads batch named from R0 into R0 from any and all gas sensors if they have this name, the value temperature, and since I'm using the batch loader statement, I need to tell the program what it's supposed to do with all those values. Even if it would encounter only one gas sensor, in principle, what would it do if it were multiple? I'm saying sum. Could also say average, or minimum, or maximum. I think that's all of them actually. Minimum, maximum, sum, and average, I think. So I had to pick one, so I just chose sum. I know it's only one, so it doesn't really matter what I use, but sum seemed more pure to me. When you use average, you're adding things together and then you're dividing it by the amount of things. That's multiple steps, and it also implies that the number is being changed. And here, sum would just be 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so forth. Since I only have one device, it felt better to me to use the sum statement. But it really doesn't matter, because it's only one. I will only have one gas sensor that I give this name, because that's why I'm even giving it this name. I want to read from this dude alone. There might be multiple gas sensors on the local cable network. For example, I might put one on the outside of the station. Not meaningful since we're on the moon. What is it supposed to measure? There's vacuum, there's no temperature, and there is no gas. I'm just saying, that's in principle what you would do. Why is it a batch loading command? Well, let's say load named, then I could still have the possibility to have multiple sensors that have the same name. Yeah, so it's necessarily a batch loader thing. I can also load directly from one device. That's like this. Load directly into a register R0, then I need to give the number of the device, and then I can say temperature. That also works when I don't mistype it. I need to know this number though. This number can be written here directly. I can also write like this, dude, and then the number, and use the dude then here. That's what I can also do. And this number I can find out by, let's say cancel. I don't want any source code changes to arrive. And there's a configuration cartridge. Let's make that thing so I can show you. Configuration cartridge with the electronic printer. Now it would keep printing. If I hadn't clicked, if I had clicked to the right or left to have a different recipe, then it would have stopped after this one. But since I didn't do so, it would keep printing. Atmos Analyzer, we have seen that in action. Now let's use the configuration cartridge and look at the gas sensor. We can see here we have a pressure of 53 kilopascals. 100 kilopascals is Earth sea level pressure, and so that's half of that. We see the temperature is 298 K. That's Kelvin. Kelvin and Celsius. In Celsius, you know, if you're not running on Fahrenheit. Excuse me. I mean, Fahrenheit has its use. It's, I think, focused on human well-being, on feelings and such. But I think we should go all for the metric system and Celsius and such. Anyway, so everybody knows Celsius, or should know. It's kind of the same as Kelvin, because if you add 1 Kelvin, then you have also added 1 degree Celsius. You only say degrees with Celsius, but you don't say it with Kelvin. But Kelvin starts at absolute 0, when it can't get any colder. Celsius starts at where water freezes. So it can also be negative, below 0. We know that. So it is showing me here a temperature of, well, let's see, 0 degrees Celsius is 273.15, 273.15 Kelvin. You can look that up easily on Google. There's even a special hit that comes up right there because it's such fundamental knowledge to have. So please learn it. Then you can derive that this thing is at, well, if it would be 20 degrees, we would be at 293.15, which means that it is rather warm in here, which means that we should soon see the cooling kick in once more. Oh, that was wrong. What just happened? Yeah, I need to swap that with the inventory. Yep, a few seconds and then you see it in action again. Yeah, Kelvis has left the building. And with the configuration cartridge, which I will put in soon, then you can see more details about the device, possibly also about the gas sensor. So we are at 24.9 something degrees, but the rounding error of the amount of decimal places that we have here on this display
Hunger caution
makes it seem as if it is already 25. It is not. It is 25 when the computer says so, and it will say so now. Now the pressure is high enough for this thing to suck the pipe dry. And here we go. Station has been cooled down radically. This is a cool cooling system. Now back to configuration and look at the gas sensor. Now you can see here, bit awkwardly angled, maybe we can do this. Yeah. Sense gas, that's the name I gave this thing with a labeler. You can see the reference ID as a hexadecimal value, but if you scroll down you can see the same number also as a reference ID 15472 is the same as 3C70, and hexadecimal values in programming are usually indicated by preceding them with a $sign or with a 0x. Anyway, so you don't need to know this now. I'm just saying, if you point at this thing, if you would write down now the value 157, let's do that actually, 15472. 15472. Pause. 15472. Load directly into register R0. 15472. Temperature. And now I will write the value that I have here. Into the chip housing, which I haven't yet explained in the previous episode. Oh, there's a bug. What did I do wrong? Incorrect variable at line 24. Line 24 is... Yeah, that was wrong. I need to tell it first where the value lands. Here, when I say load, I need to tell it where to load it. Here, when I say write, I need to tell it where to write it. That was the mistake. And now we point here and we can see 296 and we see lots of decimal places. We can also put up an LED display on the wall which has multiple decimal places, so you can see the number also. And then I can also adjust it, of course, to show Celsius instead, by just subtracting 273.15. Maybe you should do that, huh? Let's do that. Let's put up an LED on the wall for fun. But you have seen just now that I read it from this device directly. But let me show you something. I will take the labeler and point at this thing, turn the labeler on, click Ctrl C to copy it to the clipboard, and now I will screw with my station a bit by unscrewing this. This is now a new object in the game simulation. It's not the kit that you had before. Similarly, when I put this up here again, it will not be the gas sensor that we had before. I can now name this thing again. Ctrl V. So this thing is up again. Everything's fine, right? No, it's not. Error unknown at line 23. 23, that's the one where we read from this absolute number. Because the absolute identity number of the thing has now changed. It is a new thing. That is why I prefer to use these name-based thingies. Also, I don't have to tediously look up this number and write it down or memorize it. I can just use the name. That's much more convenient. See, the number is now, where is it? 16438. 16438. And here I was looking for 15472. Obviously that doesn't work. You can also write an absolute number to the IC housing. It's now stuck, of course, the program isn't running. And now I've written a 0. I'll remove this again, so I don't get confused later why that is in there. I will explain it, yep. So you can see that the program otherwise is probably running again. I mean, you can't see it right now, the cooling isn't doing anything, but in principle, I know that it's working. Because I'm referring to this thing by its type name, by its type, and the type is still the same as before, of course, it is a gas sensor. And by the name that I gave it. Both are still fulfilled, so the code will still be working. So it's a good reason to use these named approaches. Yeah, I need to drink something. Maybe I should do that. You have seen in the previous episode, which you of course watched, even though it's almost 8 hours long, ha ha ha, I'm occupying your life, that there are screws on some of the devices, on the logic chips. This one also has screws. So I can just choose, for example, the arc furnace here, or the autolathe. Yeah, let's use the autolathe, which is this device, and is even connected logic with logic, not just the power, so I can turn it on and so that it has power, but also the logic connection. Which is why I can even see it here in the first place. And now it's on screw D0. So let's say SD0 on 1. Guess what happens? It turns on. So that's a very simple way of addressing devices. But what if I dismantle this thing? It's quite cumbersome to do, so I'm not going to do this now. Yeah, the software insists be on. Be on. No. Be off. So I can just say write to the device or load from the device into a register, and then push say which screw, D0, D1, D and so forth until D5, and which value I want to read, and that's it. It's super easy. But this with the screws relies on the same concept as my direct writing and direct reading with the identity number. So for example, if I would rename the autolathe, it would point here, I would still see this new name, because the reference is not the name, the reference is by the ID. But if I would have the gas sensor here, I would dismantle it and build it up again, then there would be an error, because this gas sensor that I've assigned here is no longer there, it no longer exists. And you can also use 6 devices here, which is easily too little. So that's why I use the named approach. I can only cycle forward here through all the devices, and there's no way to reset this here. However, I can also cycle backwards with R, and then you will actually encounter no device. Forward, that's not there, but backwards we can find it, so you can even clear these screws if you wish. You could also just, of course, unbuild this thing if it has been referenced by an absolute ID somewhere, blah blah blah. I mean, everything, including this thing, has some logic values. Now, I was talking about the type name. What do I mean with that? Sense gas. Here we have the gas sensor, and we can see here prefab name structure gas sensor. That's what was in my source code, and then I used the hash statement on this and turned it thus into this number, and this number refers to the type. Now, if I use this in the source code, it doesn't mean that it is now a type. No. When I'm saying here structure gas sensor hashed into this name that I've made up, then this is not the type, this is just a number that happens to be equivalent to the type. That happens to be like this. And down here, when I'm reading the gas sensor, where is it? I'm saying, let's write that anew, LBN. Now it's saying we need the register, we need the device hash, aha. And so if I supply this number here, then the thing will interpret the number to mean a device type. Since it happens to be a device type, and since that happens to be the gas sensor, I am henceforth reading from any and all gas sensors. But I also have to give a name, so I would also only read from gas sensors that happen to have this name, which is again in the form of a number. But you see, it has a system here, and it isn't that complicated. Only seems like a lot of little fiddly things to learn, but you also see how powerful that is. So maybe you wanna learn that then. We can even point at the statements here and read what they mean, but I think they are expressed a bit cumbersomely. A beginner will not really know what that means. We are seeing here loads, logic type from all output network devices with provided type and name hashes using the provided batch mode. Average, sum, minimum, maximum. Can use either the word or the number. So we can write 0, 1, 2, 3 here instead of sum, or you can write average, minimum, maximum, or sum. Then we have also load batch, which is almost the same except it's not with a name. Then we have this also, you can read from a slot, load batch named slot, or you can just say load batch slot. Load slot also, which means I would have to say R0 and then D0 and then slot and occupied, for example. This is just like the load, like the save statement for the screws. It is the load statement. This though is for the slots. So it's very systematic. In other words, when you look up here at all the commands that exist, it's actually not that many, because many of these will repeat in different variations. For example, there is the branch command, and this one branches if not wait, let me change the soundtrack. I have already reduced the volume, man. Thanks to a YouTube commenter, and that was a good idea. So if you have some suggestions, don't tell me, don't be so confused, jump from topic to topic, because I can't help it. Sometimes I'm like this, sometimes I'm not like this. Okay, so that wouldn't be helping if you would say that. I can't change it. Sometimes I'm like this, sometimes I'm not. But if you would, for example, have an idea for a short video that explains how can you do this thing, hey, can you tell me that, then I will make a video. I have made that in the past, and then there would be a screenshot of the comment, for example. Sometimes I even correct for some typos and grammatical errors because I don't want to make the person look bad, but of course I will be staying true to the original statement. Then you would see that video up very soon. Yep. I can't promise it, but it's worth an effort, certainly. So here I'm saying branch if not equal, or we can say branch if not equal to 0, or branch if not a number, and so forth. You see branch, 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 branch. So that's just the B, and it's very systematic. In the same form, we have the load statement and the save statement, which are also combined. So I think by now you might have discovered that this is very systematic, and you can actually spot patterns here. Here we have, of course, the define, name, and whatever it is then pattern. Then we have labels to which you can jump. The special yield statement. There's also a sleep statement. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. I think you can't wait decimal places seconds. It will just wait for 6 or will throw an arrow. I don't know. Then we have always the statement at the beginning of the line, and then the things that the statement needs. For example, where do you want to load this? Where do you want to write this? From which device type do you want to load? And in this case, from which slot of this device type do you want to load? Or do you want to also load from the device type including and also the name filter and then from the slot? See, it's not that complicated. So what is the source code doing? Here I'm loading whether there's something in the arc furnace, and if so, then the 0 or 1 that will result from this check here will be written directly to the activate button. I'm not even checking whether it's 1, I'm just writing the value in here all the time. It works, so why not do it? Here I'm saying to the pipe analyzer, be locked. This means that I, as a human, can no longer interact with the thing, I cannot turn it on and off. And then I'm saying, turn it on. Because this thing not being on, when the cooling system relies on knowing whether there's pressure in the pipe, would not be a good thing. That is why I'm making sure that this thing is certainly on. Certainly on. And also in this order. If I turn it on first and then lock it, maybe I'm fast enough to click on the thing just in between of these two. You never know. Here I'm telling these two vents that are part of the cooling system, write batch named to this vent, to the active vent. In both cases it's the same, but in this case I only mean the one that is for pumping into the station. We see the name here. Class vent, instance vent for in, and instance vent for out. And I'm saying here that it shall have mode 0. Mode 0 is suck from the pipe into the room or into wherever the vent is placed. And mode 1 means suck from the room or wherever the thing is placed into the pipe. because that's what I want. In one direction, out the other. Then I'm loading the temperature from the gas sensor at the station roof, load batch named, into this register, this device type with this name. The value that I want to read is temperature, and since it's the batch command, I also need to state what to do with all those values if there would be multiple. And then I'm saying subtract from this register the value 273.15. So this simple statement here converts Kelvin to Celsius. It is not a problem that I'm recycling the same register here, because what happens is first it executes the subtraction. From this we subtract this, and the result then will be written to the target. The target is this. Could be any register, but it happens to be the same. And that doesn't matter. I no longer need the Kelvin value, so why should I not just recycle the register? And here I'm saying I want to branch. Branch to line C if A is greater than B. What does C and A and B mean? Well, let's write this again then. BGT. Now you see what it means. We want to branch to line C, that's at the end here. We can see too hot. We could also have said 43, but for obvious reasons we use labels. Branch there if A is greater than B. A is here, B is there. So A, B, C. Branch to this if this is greater than this. So if Celsius, as we measured with the gas sensor, is greater than 25, we jump down here in the too hot section, as in we need to cool down the station. But let's first deal with the situation when is okay. Let's look at this then. Okay, so it's currently too hot. What do we do about that? Well, I'm loading. In principle, what I need to do is I need to make sure that we pump gas out of the station. We pump it from the room into the pipe. That's what we want to do. And we also suck gas into the room from the pipe. So we need to turn both on, yes? But like I already expressed, that can lead to the situation that there's not enough gas in the pipe, and we don't want that. So while we're in this section of too hot, okay, maybe something else that some people don't know. The program will just be executed from the top. This line, this line, this line, and so forth. Dub, 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 dub. Empty lines will be skipped. And if I jump to a line that is empty, that will not be a problem. The internal pointer will go here, and then we'll move on from there and execute the rest. And then down here we have a jump statement again, and this will then lead to here. So everything will be executed consecutively, except if there's a branch statement, of course. From here, I skip, if it's too hot, down here. If it's not too hot, I will execute this stuff, and then I jump again, so that I skip this part. So then I was jumping here, where this entire line block of consecutive lines, and you can see that trying to keep things compact, because we don't have so many lines in this chip, I would have to put another. This compact block then is done. Arguably these things belonged there, but I wanted to... actually let's do this. I want at the top of my source code to have all device initializations. If a device needs to be set up in a certain way, I put that at the top, and then down there I use the devices. Since this arc furnace thing is of a different type, I'm putting this down here. I mean, I'm not setting up a device, I'm operating it. This is not necessary, I'm just trying to keep things clean, and since I have about 40 years of programming experience, and I'm saying almost, indeed 40 years, because I spend almost every hour of my free time and at work in front of the computer, and have been doing so all my life. So that's different from when someone else tells you that they have this many years of programming experience. Which means that I should be a bit better at programming than I am by now, and that's the way it is. I am not really a very good mind in this regard, but if you put up enough effort, then you get there, and obviously I did. So here we're setting up the devices, then we're checking the temperature, and if it's too hot we jump down here. Why am I not just turning these on? Because I need to take care of the pressure, so we need to know what the pressure is in the pipe. For that we have the pipe analyzer on the pipe, and then I can say load batch named into R0 from this type, which is the pipe analyzer, with this name, the value pressure, and since it's a batch thing, we know. And then I'm saying, this is a new statement that you haven't seen yet. This is not a branch statement, but the GT seems familiar. Yeah, we can say, you can see it here in the tooltip. The register will be set to the value 1, logical true, if A is greater than B. Otherwise, it will be set to 0. So we're saying write. Once again, we have the write statement and the load statement. You know these already. This one, though, doesn't write into a device or whatever, or loads from a device, but this is particularly to evaluate logic statements. We can say R0, which is the pressure of the pipe, and if that is greater than 500 kilopascals, that's the unit used by these logic values. Like up here, we're using Kelvin, here we're using kilopascals. If that value is greater than 500, then that is true. Greater than 500, if it is greater than 500, then a 1 will result, and that result will be written here. And you can see here that I'm turning the vent on. So I'm only sucking into the room from the cooling pipe once the pressure in there is at least 500. Before that, I'm not doing this. So now I have ensured that there will be some gas in there that will actually be affected by this whole cooling apparatus up there. Load the pressure from the pipe, then turn the pressure into a logic statement in a different register because I need the pressure again down here. So that's why I'm using R1 here. And by the way, you don't have to use the register names. You can also just say alias. You should do that at the top before your main loop starts. Alias, I don't know, temp indoors. And then I say R15. Now I can reference the register R15 by saying R15, but I can also use this. And why am I saying R15? Because let's say these temporary values, which don't really need to have a name because their meaning is clear from the context and I only use it for 1 or 2 lines, I would start from 0. But these ones, which I want to name, which have a more permanent value that will last through the entire execution, through the entire iteration of the main loop, I want to start at the high values. So, of course, they can collide at some point when you use too many registers, but I can't remember this ever having happened to me. So that's advisable. You can use alias. Define is for defining the constant, which I can then use here, the constant number, and alias defines a reference to that register. This refers to that register, whatever value it may be holding. I can then also just say move temp indoors 10. Now the register R15 will have the value 10. But here temporary values are quite sufficient. And why did I write it like this? Temp indoors. Because that is certainly a way that the game will not write things. I could, for example, say, well, I have a variable up there, a register, then I want to say pressure, R15. Pressure is a reserved word, man. That might throw an error, or at least it will be highlighted in this way. But I don't want it to be highlighted in this way. That is why I choose an upper lowercase, because if you look here, if I write the E, for example, like this, it will no longer be identified. Or like this, the P lowercase. You need to write the right case, else it will not work. Here it is red because that doesn't even exist. But in this case, there needs to be a keyword that exists. So by just changing the case, I am now free to use any and all words that I so please. That is why I use this different casey thing. Then I am free. Then I no longer have to think which word might be occupied. So I'm saying temp in, and I don't have to care. Now, when it's too hot, I want to find out what's the pressure of the pipe. If the pipe pressure is greater than 500, then this means this value here, 0 or 1, will directly be written to the on value of the vent, and so the vent will be on, so we can suck from the pipe. Down here, we're doing something similar. I'm finding out if the pressure of the pipe is less than 1 megapascal, and that lands then in R1. I could also use R0 here, but I mean, why break the pattern? This is easy to read, it's easy on the eye. Why should I suddenly change things? Just to be efficient, because R0 can now be recycled? Come on, that's not wise. Make the source code speak for itself, so you don't have to write so many comments. Comments are a problem, not so much a solution. I mean, comments are sometimes necessary and then you should write them. But a comment is kind of like source code. The program will not execute them, so you will not see when they are no longer true, but your brain executes them. That is why you write them there. So if the comment is out of date, you will now be misled. So don't write comments if you don't need to. In other words, try to make your source code speaking. Use speaking words. I mean, in Java I have sometimes temperature of whatever. I mean, you can write some longer thing and Java won't care, it will work. I mean, not necessarily, I don't have an exact example in head now. that would have been a dumb example. The off could be skipped, for example. Yeah, and so let the source code speak for itself. That is also why I will just keep using the same register here. So if the pressure in the pipe is less than 1000, 1 megapascal, then this will be true. And then the vent that pumps out from the station into the pipe will be on. Why am I doing this? So that the pressure in there doesn't go too high. Not just to protect the pipe, but also because I don't want the station pressure to change too much by the act of the thing cooling. See how elegant this is? But we're not yet done. We have a problem. If there would be gas lingering in the pipe, then since it's so radically cooling down, it would eventually liquefy and freeze, even though it is pure oxygen maybe. But though the station atmosphere has some other things. But if I would, for example, have an insulated a pipe up there that has no connection, would just be a volume which has oxygen, that too can cool down until it liquefies and even freezes. That is what this game does. So let's look at oxygen. Liquid oxygen, oxygen doesn't matter, same thing in principle. Because then we have the phase change diagram. Let's go for Celsius, and you can see here it would become liquefied at -2. Wait, what am I saying? Oh, right, down here. It would become liquefied at a -116-ish Celsius, or whatever that is in Kelvin. But you can see that is not necessarily the case. What about this then here? Why is it different? That's the pressure, man. That's how it works in reality. Let's use water, because then you can think about that easily. This chart here isn't precise for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it's a Unity shortcoming. I remember that Rocket, you know, Dean Hall keeps cursing sometimes how they have to develop the Unity front end, because it seems to be not easy or very time consuming task. I don't know. So maybe that's the reason that it's not precise. When I go here to 100 degrees Celsius, you would expect that the pressure would be sea level pressure, because on Earth at sea level pressure, when you reach 100 degrees, water turns from a liquid to a gas. Everybody knows that, only usually you don't think about the pressure, because everywhere on Earth where you walk around, you have this pressure, except when you climb on a mountain. But then you also don't care, or when you're in an airplane. But that's indeed a thing, and the game simulates that. That is really a super awesome simulation. And also what happens if you have a liquid that turns into a gas, this will cool it down. That's also why sweat works so well. It's not just because the air blows away the humidity from your skin, and thus also necessarily carries away the thermal energy that the liquid has, which it does, but also because when it turns from a liquid into a gas, then it will cool down your body. And when it turns from a gas to a liquid, then it will heat up, because that happens too. And the game, yes, the game simulates that also. God damn it, this is the most sophisticated real-time 3D first-person simulation game in the world. Please play it, please buy it, please get other people to buy it. It's your mission. Anyway, so here we can see when the pressure is higher, then it would have to be much hotter for it to turn from liquid to gas. And that's the way it is in reality. Maybe the numbers are not precise, but that's not the point. That's how it works in principle. And so also, you could say when the pressure is very low, let's say we are in the vacuum of space, then what would happen? I don't know if it would be like this also, if it would turn from the liquid to a gas then, but I think this is called the Armstrong limit. This 6.3 kilopascals, and is a real thing. But sorry, I don't know. Anyway, in the game, or let's say in reality, if you would be ejected from your airlock without a spacesuit, you would not freeze. You would not freeze to a meat popsicle. What would happen is the following. First of all, the vacuum of space is insulation, like in the thermos can for your coffee. It is not cold, it is not hot, it has no temperature. You don't feel the temperature of space. However, maybe you remember that if you look at your room thermometer and is saying 23 degrees, then in winter it will feel colder than in summer. Why is that? My assumption is that the reason is that the walls around you are colder than in the summer, so you're receiving less radiation warming less radiation from them. And so when you're in outer space and exposed to the vacuum, you will feel that there's nothing there that would reflect back or send any heat to you, except when the sun is shining directly at you, and then that part of you would get rather hot. And there's also harmful radiation. I mean, the sun is a beast. You don't want to be exposed to its radiation directly. Good thing we have the magnetic shield, magnetosphere, and that we have the atmosphere that protects us from it. It's really dangerous stuff. Anyway, so if you would then be out there, you would feel that it's rather cold, because, but you would not freeze. What would happen though is, since the pressure is so low, the liquid on your eyes and on your skin, particularly in the mouth and nose region, would evaporate to gas. And as we have just learned, or maybe already knew, not presuming that you're dead, that is stupid, okay? Why do you say dead? Whatever. It will cool down. So your nostrils and so forth, they will cool down. And also, I mean, your lungs, you cannot just hold your breath in space. If you're ever exposed to such a situation, the only thing that you can reasonably do is try to open your breathing pathways as widely as possible, and possibly even, I don't know if you should actively breathe out, because the moment you do that, you're taking control of what your muscle does. Maybe that is already a mistake. Maybe you should just let go, and maybe the muscle mass will then just move on its own. Like when you let your arm dangle. If you let your arm dangle intentionally, and it would now be pulled by someone, then you will feel the resistance and possibly even the hurt. But if you, maybe the same thing happens with your lung. If you haven't controlled strong exhalation, that might even be harmful instead of just relaxing. I don't know how that works, but you will probably never be in that situation. Anyway, you should let out the air, because otherwise your lungs, your pathways will rupture. There's a huge pressure differential there that would destroy all of that, and of course you will suffer some damage from anyway in your body, because there are gases in there, nitrogen in your blood, that will now begin to boil. It will not get hotter, but it will reach its boiling point, because the boiling point is now much lower. The same for the same reason that now the liquids on your eyes, they evaporate, and so they cool down. So you would glaze over. There would some parts of you that freeze, but you would not freeze solid to a meat popsicle. That's not what would happen. You would slowly radiate your heat away, and of course you would become unconscious in like 10 to 15 seconds, because your brain is no longer getting fresh oxygen. And you're not holding your breath, right? So there's no oxygen in your lungs either. There would also be bad damage to your lungs, because in there's also humidity, so that would evaporate, your lungs would freeze. Bad damage, man. But humans can survive the vacuum of space for a short time, and can then later be, restored, I guess, to more or less fully functional. Anyway, so that's that. I don't know how we got here, from the cooling I would assume. So let's go back to the source code. So we have dealt now with the cooling. But if there would be some gas lingering in that pipe, then it would eventually freeze, and the pipes, they cannot withstand liquids even. Small amounts, yes, but large amounts can only be withstood by the liquid pipes, which can hold gases or liquids. Why are there two types of pipes? One thing, it's not entirely unrealistic. There are also different types of pipes in reality, depending on what substances you want to use, not necessarily for gas versus liquids. But this is a gameplay choice. You want to be able to deal with high pressures, but they said, you know what, if you want to deal with high pressure, then you have to use a gas pipe. There can be a little bit of liquid in there, but not much. If you don't want to deal with high pressures, then you can use the liquid pipe, which can hold gas or liquid either. It doesn't matter. So since we have a gas pipe up there, I could actually have used a liquid pipe also, since the pressure isn't so high. I realize that now. Huh. But anyway, it becoming liquid isn't the entire problem. Out there, it would just radiate its heat away and radiate it away further and further until it even freezes. Yes, the oxygen would freeze. And then the pipe is destroyed, because no pipe with neither liquid nor gas can withstand that. So we need to make sure that the pipe has no lingering gas. But here we have made sure the opposite. We have made sure that the gas will be between like 300 or 400 to 1,200 or so pascals. I mean, I'm having these absolute numbers here, but this guy is also pumping in real time, and you don't know how quickly this will turn off, so there will be some overshooting in both directions. Anyway, we have made sure that there will be gas in there. So now, when it is no longer too hot, so we don't activate this down here, and we're done, the room is cooler, we're not done yet. What we need to make sure is there's no longer any gas in there, and that's easy. Once again, we're loading the pressure from the pipe analyzer. This is also something I could have done here at the top and then just recycled the value in both cases, but I think it's more clean to do this in separate blocks. This block does the entire cooling, and I understand what it's doing. This block does the entire evacuation. We're loading the pressure, then I'm turning this pressure statement of maybe 0.01 pascals or like maybe 300 kilopascals, whatever it is, I'm turning that into a logic statement. I'm saying if this value is greater than 0, then the register shall be 1. Register is 1 if A greater than B, otherwise 0. But there's a special variant of these kinds of statements, including also the branch statement, which also has greater than or equal, less than or equal. I will just use greater than. Since we're dealing with decimal numbers, it doesn't really matter. Are we dealing here with a pressure of 0? Okay, well, in this case it actually does matter. Okay, that's the one exception. If it would be greater than or equal, then it would always try to evacuate the pipe even though it's already evacuated. But if I would be looking for this number, for example, does it matter whether it's 500 or 500 dot No, it doesn't matter, so I would just for convenience choose greater than. Anyway, greater than 0, but there's special cases for this logic statement writing statement. Yeah, this is a statement writing a logic statement. And they have a Z here, so you don't have to write this extra 0. That actually has some background in the real world. I learned assembly on a 68K Motorola processor in the 1980s on Amiga, and there you will take, then you will know how large a command is in memory, how much space it takes, and when it takes some space, it then also takes some time to read it. And since the thing only had 7.21 megahertz, yeah, you heard that right, megahertz, not gigahertz, 1,000th of today's processors, and also primitive logic, primitive pipeline, and the entire infrastructure around it. I mean, you can simulate like 100 Amigas in real time in the background of Windows without any program experiencing a slowdown, I imagine. If you program a proper VM, I mean. Hey, for that we would have a Motorola. Okay, I talked myself into a corner. Let's continue here. So 68K assembly, so I would make sure that the statement is small. So there would then be also statements that don't have the overload of this value, which has to be in memory. In memory there would be, there's the statement, and also in memory would be right after, and there's this value for this statement. But since we're using this statement, we don't need that. You might say this is unnecessary in this game programming language, but not only is it kind of neat, but why not keep it kind of real-worldish? So, if the pressure in this pipe is greater than 0, then this will result in a 1, else in a 0. And so I'm just saying the vent that pumps in from the pipe into the room will be 1 or 0 respectively, and the one that pumps out would definitely be off. And that's it, that's the entire cooling solution. So I will not change the topic, not too much about programming right now. It's just one thing, was there more things that the source code was doing? It was preparing some devices, it was doing the cooling, then we are setting... oh right, I changed the source code and didn't confirm that. Whoops, yeah, about the programming stuff here, I showed all of that in many of my videos already. And in the previous one, in this 8-hour video, near the end, I also explained many of these things already, and also showed you how to set everything up. I just confirmed that instead of cancelling, so now the source code is in the computer, but it's not yet in the chip. So let me click export. Now it is in the chip, and it's only in this chip because I've selected it here. If I would put up another IC housing, I can actually name these, so the names would be listed here, that is helpful. Or a filtration unit or an AC, an air conditioner, they also have chip slots. That might actually be cheaper than having this IC housing here. And then you don't have the 50 watts that this thing consumes. Well, then I could write to those, or can read from those. Could basically read the source code from one chip and copy it to the other. Convenient, right? Yeah, well, inconvenient, because sometimes you would put up a new device, and then this thing here will stupidly automatically switch to a different device selected here in the menu, but the source code in the buffer will still be the same. And if you don't take care, then you will be much frustrated. What I do then is I just go to the world XML save game, a world XML file of the save game, and I search for the source code and copy it from there because it's there in clear text, and then I go back in here, edit, and then I click the paste button here. You can copy the entire source code. This is not for selecting this and then saying copy. It copies the entire source code, no matter if something's selected. The same for paste. That is meant for you to use an external editor if you wish, for example Notepad++, which is advisable sometimes when you're doing lots of editing here. Yeah, so what else does it do? It does the arc furnace thing. Then we have something about the batteries, and then we have something about the solar panels and the daylight sensors. What's happening there? Let's first look at the batteries. We are currently seeing how full the station batteries are. Wait, don't we see that over here also? Yes, we do, though we don't see it so precisely. We see this progress bar with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and also here's a progress bar that's empty. How the program, the game simulation, really chooses how to empty which battery, I don't know. But the thing is, sometimes they're not equally empty, and that's rather common. But when I just read from all the station batteries at once and give me the average here, I get more precision. And I can also see very fine-tuned whether it's discharging maybe. And I can see the average of all of them together. How did I accomplish this? Very simple. You already know it if you listened. So first I'm defining the station battery up here. Okay, I'm defining the diode slide. That is the type's name, which are turning into a number that is also in the Stationpedia, which you could copy by clicking there and then pasting it here also. I could just say define this name and then write the number after this instead of using the hashing function. And then I'm defining the same, doing the same with the name of the diode slide that is out there up the ceiling. That's part of the kit light, like the big lights also are. And then I'm also defining the station battery, because I will address this thing multiple times. I'm not sure actually. Where are the station batteries? Here, I'm actually using this only once, and so to make more meaningful use of that, I will just say station battery on 1. So if I place the station batteries too close to each other, so I can no longer reach the button on the side, and then I realize, ah damn, now I constructed all these batteries, but I have to turn them on, I can't reach the button, damn it! Ah! This one statement solves it. All batteries will turn on if they are connected to logic, even if they don't have power. This will happen. And that's all it takes. And now I have made use of this thing 2 times, justifying that I actually defined it up there instead of just writing the hash down here. So I am saying load batch into the register from all the batteries of this type, not batch named. I could also name them, of course, and that actually makes sense. Sometimes, for example, with the solar panels out there, I would have a row of solar panels, and then I would have another row, and to recycle the cables, to make most use of the cables, I would flip the other ones, I would flip them around. And so their rotation would also have to be different when I want to program their rotation. But this means I want to have to that I would have to address them individually, kind of, you know, but still as a group. And that's simple. Just say load batch named or write bat named, SBN, LBN, and then give one row the name 1, for example, and the other row the name 2, if you want, or A or B, or whatever you wish. So yeah, that's awesome and it's simple. So I'm loading from the station batteries, from all of them, not just from one or so, into register R0 their ratio, which is a value from 0 to 1, which is how full they are. And I want the average of all the values. And finally, here we can see a meaningful use of the batch statement. If there are 2, if there are 10, if there are 100 station batteries, I will get the average of all of them. Then I'm writing here to the diode slide, type and name, it shall be on. And then I'm writing to it the setting. Oh, and the thing that I had earlier, SDB setting. What this does is I'm writing into DB, you already don't know D0 and D1, D2 and so forth from the housing, the screws, but DB means that's the device itself, that's the housing itself. I'm writing to it the setting value that's in R0. And now I see the value of R0 when I just point at this thing. I would see that in the tooltip. It's just for debugging, it doesn't have any function. And that in turn is very useful. And here I'm writing the setting value of the diode slide, which in this case sets how full the progress bar is. Now back to here, to the to the solar panels. I'm loading batch into R0 from the daylight sensor. I only have one, so I don't bother to also do the LBN, the load batch named. I'm loading the vertical value. Where is the sun currently? If the vertical is 0 degrees, it means it's noon. The sun is above us. If it's 180 degrees, it means it's midnight, the sun is below us. It might also be that the sun will actually not reach 0 or 180, because depending on how diagonal we kind of are in this orbit, so it might reach only 170 and maybe 10 degrees, but that doesn't matter. In every case, it should be that 90 degrees is where we have dawn or dusk. So if you want to control your grow light for your plants, you can say if the value is less than 90, it means we have daytime, and so the grow light shall be on. Otherwise it shall be off. Why simultaneously with the sun? Because the plants, they also not only need light, they also need darkness. And so you would want to synchronize your grow light if you need one. If your planet doesn't have enough light, for example Mars, I believe, doesn't have enough for many plants, then you want to synchronize that with the sun so that you don't have the grow light at night and the sun at the day. Because even though the sun during the day would not be enough to give them enough light, it would still be light, so they don't get the darkness that they need. So you would want to have the grow light on simultaneously with the sun. Or do you just make a grow box, which a dark box where you grow your plants, which is what we have to do here, since I changed the simulation speed. Once again, the explanation: the simulation speed doesn't affect everything in the game. It doesn't affect the gas simulation, the electricity, nothing. Only the Kepler's law orbital simulation, the Earth down out there, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Ceres, all those little bodies which are out there even. You can build a telescope and see them. I haven't yet done that because and so forth. That's too much tangent. So how did I get here? Browsing backwards is sometimes tricky. So let's change topic once more. When you work, when you're sitting at your desk in the office and you're doing a thing, then that's the thing currently on your stack. You're working on that thing. Now someone comes in and talks to you about private stuff, about office stuff, and this then is suddenly a new task. I mean, you might not deem it to be a task, but it's a thing that is now on top of this thing that you had there, that you were working on. Now you're dealing with a person, you're talking with them, and possibly afterwards you have to do a couple of phone calls because that topic is now there. When you're done, you remove that, and then it reveals back again the thing that you were working on before. So the stack concept that computers use when you browse, when you call a subroutine, which in turn calls a subroutine, and so forth, which also has a stack trace then, yes? That same concept applies to real life. It does. This robotic, dude, it's the way it is. And if you deem it not to be that, then you are stupid. That's the truth. So, let's use once again Richard Feynman's beautiful words. For a successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations. For nature cannot be fooled. That was his final statement in his Rogers Commission's report. I mean, the collective report that they gave, and he read it, I believe, I don't know exactly, of the Challenger catastrophe, when there was some insulation that wasn't compatible with the January atmosphere, when they're, for political reasons, for more, when do you release a movie? When most people would be watching it. That's what was kind of the reason. It was, it's not like the politicians are assholes. They're also assholes. They also have their reasons. The money needs to come in, someone has to pay for that, and there's also like competition with other nations and so forth. So that wasn't necessarily a wrong decision, only in this case it was. It was incompatible with the cold, so it was too stiff, and so there was some gas leaking, and then it exploded, and then the entire thing went down, everybody died. And this report revealed that, and Feynman said, for successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations, for nature cannot be fooled. But this, though, I think, a statement that everybody should take to heart, even if you cannot recite it by heart, and I can't. I just read it here from an image that I found quickly with the program Everything that everybody should download and install. Everything by Void Tools Google the word everything and you will find it as the top result, even though such a generic term. Please look at that program. It instantly shows you all your files and folders on your entire machine, and scanning the machine takes about 10 seconds and will keep up with that all constantly. And so if you're looking for something, then you will certainly speed up your file handling every day by 10%, because you get everything that you want instantly. This is a thing that is a game changer. Please heed my words. Take a look at that thing. If you don't have a search engine that instantly shows you everything and updates its search result instantly as you type, then you need to take a look at this thing. It is a game changer. It belongs on every computer. And it's free. It costs nothing. Might be even open source, I don't know. So this is how I found this image so quickly that you don't see, but I see it. So that should be taken as a metaphor, because when I was talking about the stack in the office, for example, or in everyday life also, I mean, you were doing this thing and wait, what was I doing? See, this kind of stack concept applies there also. So even someone might feel uncomfortable with that being, this is too computery. That's the way reality works. And if you are not willing to put up with that, then, well, nature cannot be fooled. You are the fool then. The truth is never wrong. And those who submit to the truth best, those are the most successful at life. Sadly, that is not the case in the human realm, because the lie has taken hold, Satan is on the throne, but this will eventually change. For the truth, nature cannot be fooled. Nature will make itself known, will make itself heard. Mark my words, mankind is up for a hard lesson. Anyway, so let's return to this. Now, where was I? There was a browsing backwards in the stack, and that is now completely lost. So let's just continue with the source code. I'm loading here from the daylight sensor where the sun is. And on some celestial bodies, the sun might be kind of on the horizon, low on the horizon. So it reached, like, during the day, maybe 40 degrees, but not 0. And during the night, it might reach 130 maybe, but not 180. And so you would then say, anyway, if it's below 90, then we have daytime, and then I wouldn't have my plants up. But see, the speed simulation of the game works like this. Every day and every night together is 20 minutes long on every world. For me, that is too fast. I don't like that games always have to haste me through that shit. In Fallout 4, for example, I used the console to make the days slower, which also made these radiation storms longer, which was rather spooky. I can also only recommend it. And in this game you can also do that. It will not be saved with your game, and it's not the way it's meant to be. For example, the plant simulation will still run on its 20-minute cycle. And so if you have a plant, like for example the potato, which needs 5 minutes of daylight, 5 minutes of sunlight or grow lamp light. Your station lights and your flashlight don't count. And the same goes for darkness. Those lights don't count. It needs 3 minutes, 20 seconds at least. This is referring to a 20-minute day. So you have if you have a 20-minute day, and during this 20-minute day you will have 5, 6, 7 or 10 minutes of light, and you will have 4, 5 or 6 minutes of darkness, then these conditions will be fulfilled, and from this perspective your plants will be fine. There's also pressure and all of that to consider, but this will be fine. And light is one of the most glaring problems that people have when they plop down their plants and wonder where they are dying. That's what comes up in the forum all the time. All the time. Yep. So make the plant analyzer cartridge, put it in your tablet, point at the thing, and you will know. So they are still on that 20-minute daylight. So I mean the moon is ideal for beginners, since during the night you can see because it's not so very dark. The sunlight is enough to grow your plants. You don't have to bother with storms. But I cannot just plop the plants down here because the day simulation is much slower. There would be much too much sunlight, and during the night there would be much too little, because we have more than 3 hours for a day-night cycle instead of just 20 minutes here, because I slowed it down. See here? It's the time scale. And so I will have to make a dark box where the plants are grown, and then I have to control them. But I cannot control them using the day angle like I'm controlling the angle of the solar panels, obviously based upon the sun angle. I would have to use my own timer. I will do that later. So, load batch from the daylight sensor, the vertical angle of the sun. and then I'm adding 90 degrees to rotate it slightly. I found that out by looking at the solar panels, what they were doing, and then I was fiddling around a bit, and it can only be 90, 180 or 270 degrees. But what can happen though is that the direction is wrong. So we might instead have to say, subtract from, I mean, if we would subtract 90 from the R0, that would be the same as adding 270 to the R0, because the receiver here, the solar panel, will just normalize those values. I mean, it doesn't matter if you put the value 1000 in there, it will interpret that as a meaningful radian. Wait, is that radian? No, it's not radian. As an angle from 0 to 100 to 360. But if I want to invert the direction, then I have to subtract from this value, for example, R0, or from 0, R0, or from 270. So some of these things have to be figured out by you, but it can only be 90 degree-ish angles, not 89 or something. That cannot be the case. And then I'm saying right batch to any and all solar panels, vertical, this value. The same for horizontal, and done. That is how you point them at the sun constantly, and then you get the most out of your day. This is what the source code does, and now we are finally fucking done with this dog shit. What's next? Well, we need plants. That's one of the projects that we have. How much food do I still have? Here we have a food carton which has 3 cereal bars. I came with 6, and of course this box also. And when they're used up, then I will die eventually, because down here we can see I'm already at 21%. And my water is at 20%, so I need to drink something also. Is that insured? Kind of. Maybe I should... not too many things at once. I need to look at the food. So we need to expand the station with an area that is dark. Let's do that then. Where will I put this? Since the water is here, that smells like stuff that you put in your mouth, right? So let's put a door here that leads to a station part that is dark. A door, why? Because then I can ensure that... Actually, why? It's not really necessary. I can just make a corridor there. But I need a corridor. So let's make some frames. Like the frames here, that are iron frames, but now, henceforth, I will make steel frames, because steel is much more... oh, I have iron frames here? Well, since I still have them, I will use them, of course. That would be stupid otherwise. And then, of course, iron sheets. Helmet. Pressure decreasing until we have nil temperature. Like I said, no pressure means... no atmosphere means that there's no temperature. Okay, let me talk some more. I mean, this is very talky, I don't know why, but that's the way it is, and so this is how this video is played. Let me tell you what heat is, because some of you don't know. It's something super fundamental to reality, and you should understand what it is. So, once again, those who have already heard it, they know what my routine is. Let's take a brick and throw it. What you have done now, you have moved all the molecules of the brick in the same direction. That's called momentum. But if that thing is lying on the table and it's not at 0 Kelvin, so it's not at absolute 0, then there will be some motion in there. The molecules will be moving in different directions. And since they're all connected in one... well, you can say that moving in different directions, that is already heat. It's called Brownian motion. And when you have this brick and we zoom in and just imagine it to be a rectangular three-dimensional lattice, like math paper, then we can see that these molecules, they're moving a bit to the left, to the right, up and down, and then they're falling back to the place where they were, because the surrounding environment wants them to. That's their zero, their resting place. However, what the resting place is, of course, changes slightly because everything is moving around like this, so the entire thing is kind of quasi-slightly amorphous. Slightly. Anyway, so if a molecule bumps into a certain direction, so this will have an influence on the surrounding molecules, and also particularly on the one that into which direction it was bounced by you, for example, flicking it with your finger. And now you have chaotic motion in there, and that is heat. And this chaos cannot ever be cleaned up again. Entropy only increases. is our understanding of our scientific understanding of the universe. That is why we understand that the universe eventually will just suffer heat death. It will not become a boiling ocean, but instead everything will, every work that can be done, every differential of temperature, every differential of pressure, everything that moves and so forth will eventually have decayed into just stuff being warm. Just a warm soup of uselessness. In, of course, a gazillion trillion exponent 70,000 years, or I don't know. That's our understanding. My understanding is that it will be different, but let's not move there again. So that's what heat is. And if there is nothing here, well, then there's no heat. There are no molecules moving. Ha! That's it. So heat is, what is heat? Is heat really actually like mechanical motion? Yeah, that's what it is. It is objects moving and bumping into each other, directly, or since we're talking molecules and atoms and such, by means of their forces that surround them, that they exert, that they, I mean, if I have this smartphone here on the table, it doesn't excrete some force, but if you zoom in enough, then you will see, yes, it is surrounded by a force field. And that's the force field of the molecules and atoms. And anyway, that's interesting. Basically, when you look at I have an interesting hypothesis regarding mind and matter, because I believe that mind begins when matter stops. But let's not go into that. What I'm saying, though, is that if you keep zooming in, then you will find the point-like particles, which are the atoms, or rather the atoms still consist of other things, of up quarks and down quarks, and they are all hadrons, I believe. And we haven't found anything beyond that yet, I think, so we assume that those are the fundamental particles, and they are point-like. The question is, how big are they? They don't have an extent. So how can they then be matter? Because at this point they are kind of a force, a localized force. They are not a physical thing anymore, but they are just a force. Like your smartphone you can touch that. If you zoom in, you see the molecules, which are also kind of systems, but you can also already see the forces at play. But if you zoom in further, you only see forces. All that remains is forces. And those are, then you have the problem of quantum mechanics, where you can either determine a location of a thing, or its momentum, where you have the problem that things are blurry, that they have some extent. So it's interesting that we're transitioning from the physical realm to one where we can no longer speak about something like space, because the concept of extent breaks down. And I wonder if we would keep zooming in further, which might be impossible because our eyes are part of the physical world, our measuring apparatus also. If you would zoom in further, if you would then arrive at some point in something like non-locality, which we have already measured in quantum mechanics is actually taking place. If it pairs to quantum, if it paired to quantum mechanical things, like for example an atom, which is small enough to show these properties, if we what's the word? Verschränken. If we God damn it, I don't know the term right now. Well, there's some kind of connection that can be formed, and so as long as you don't observe the thing, it will be in an undetermined state, and it appears that the state is actually undetermined, not just hypothetically, and we don't know it, but it seems like it's actually undetermined. And by then forcing it to interact with the world, for example, by us measuring it, then we are certainly interacting with it. We are forcing it to collapse into a defined state, and now we know what it is. Now it is defined. And if you have two of these and pair them like this, then you can remove them kilometers apart, and one of them you observe, and it will then collapse to this defined state, and the other one will then, and we know that, collapse into the opposite state, faster than light. Now this doesn't mean that there's faster than light communication here, because you cannot actually use that for information transmission. It cannot be used, period. No, that's not possible. But I'm just saying, we know scientifically with certainty, we know that it's actually being implemented now for cryptography, because we are using these pairs, and so we can now check if someone is sniffing our glass wire pipeline. If someone is looking in there, If not, then we will have an undisturbed outcome. Otherwise, we will have a disturbed outcome, and then we will just transmit the encryption key anew, and then we're fine. That is being implemented. This is a real-world application. We know that non-locality is a thing in the universe. Yes, for real. Now, if you keep zooming in, I wonder, would we realize that everything, the entire universe, is in the same place at some point? That that space and time break down? That there's only isness? That only isness remains? I find that interesting in light of all the things I've been saying in other videos. Dabba-dabba-dabba-habba-dab. Where were we? Building some stuff. Yeah, that doesn't make sense because this wall I don't want to replace, or do I? Well, can I place this thing here? No, it's occupied.
Hydration critical.
Let's do something interesting that you have yet to learn. Though it's not so hard to learn, it's simple to understand. Let's put up a wall and drink something also. Yes, you have learned in the previous video and many other such teaching videos I've put up that you can put the walls on both sides. And I'm putting a wall here. I will just use an iron wall because I don't need the glass then. Makes it simpler because later I will break it down again. Because now I will go to the outside and I will remove the wall, which seems like a catastrophe, but it's not. Do I have still the frames on me? I tossed them, yeah. I'm a tosser. Let's put that here. Hop. So things still recording with mission time and everything. Yep. 90 minutes in, we have learned a shit ton of stuff if we have listened. And here now we can remove that wall. And we will not lose the station atmosphere. Go away. And make sure that you remove the right one. Else frustration ensues. Yeah, I'm back on my version of the game. In the previous one I had the everything reset basically. So now I am not on autosave. I do that manually. Because I'm hopping versions and betas and all of that all the time. So I want to make sure that I'm in control of which save game is affected by what kind of writing action. That's why I'm responsible for making sure that things are saved. And I just done goofed, because this was the wrong wall. Ah, damn it. But we can do this from out here, I believe. Right, the other direction. Yep, I can also do that through the wall, which is cheesing, but forgive me. Not again, no. So I can place the box here.
Power critical.
Is it? Bit too loud for my taste? Nope, not the mood I want. That's fine, yeah. So it's also advisable to, when you do such a thing, use not a window on the inside, but another thing. Then you can be sure that when you're dismantling here, the iron window is the window that you meant. Not that you would ever reach this deconstruction state, but if you would have done it wrong. Okay, now we put the frames here. And since I want to simulate this properly, I will not rely on this edge to keep the vacuum out, or rather to keep the gas in, because vacuum doesn't suck, gas blows, flat earthers, but who talks to those idiots, right? They're just insufferable and unsavable, so just garbage, I guess. Is my interpretation of the future. So I put these things over there also, even though they're not absolutely necessary from a simulation standpoint, but from a construction standpoint, that's what you would do. You would make sure. Then again, from a construction standpoint, you would just put up an iron wall here around it, but I have seen that sometimes the sunlight can get through in some places, and if I want absolute darkness, then that doesn't fly. Therefore, I'm just using frames. Make it around the corner, so we have less light seeping in from the side. Yeah, I will need some more frames. I will make some more iron frames just to make this cubicle here correct. So when you weld stuff, you need to make sure that you're not inside the thing that you're welding, else your suit will be completely destroyed. And speaking of which, let me show you another thing. Interrupt this for a moment. I don't like to use spawn points because I don't want to die, and I don't want to accept death as a part of the simulation, but I will show you that you can do that. Spawn. Spawn. Kit respawn. Very cheap. 1 copper, 3 iron. You can make that at the very beginning. This is not the mood I want. And here we have it, the kit respawn. A sign that you can just touch, and then your spawn point will be set. And if you unscrew this thing and place it somewhere else, guess what? You have to set your spawn point again. This is for the ground, a very small one. This is a big button on the ground. Yeah, that's the 3 things. Can also place it on the wall, I guess. And let's do this then. Will I spawn then in the airlock or on the outside? I guess I will. I guess I will spawn here. Not that I plan on dying. Yep. Something that beginners, I believe, should do. So they could respawn inside, though beginners would also respawn with their spacesuit, since they would choose easy difficulty. On normal difficulty, you respawn with a very limited spacesuit, and on Stationeer difficulty, you respawn basically naked. Don't stand in there. Do we have enough welder fuel left? Yep. Need some iron sheets and some frames. Stupidly, I don't have any more iron. I can't resist. I have to make iron frames for this part. Let's not remove the wall just yet. And I will need a door. Do we still have some? I'm pretty sure we don't. How many will I need? I don't know. Let's make 3 and the rest shall be sheets. So, and the rest I will do with steel frames. We have enough steel, not a problem. Obviously not enough iron. your jetpack will not last indefinitely. You have to refill it. But if you're in a pinch, you can just use your waste canister, because it doesn't matter what gas you excrete there, though you must make sure that you understand what you're doing there. It excretes that gas, so it will just be lost, or rather, maybe part of your station. So, damn. Need more iron sheets, lots more. I want to weld this up now, so let's see if there's some more iron somewhere else. And then I guess we need to go mining again. Annoying as it is, there's nothing left in here. Only coal left in there. How are the batteries doing? Well, the night is... what does the daylight sensor say? It's over here at the computer. There's no sunlight currently exposing this grid, so it's not heating up by sunlight. The solar angle, as in the vertical angle, is 138. It's decreasing, you just saw that, from 139 to 8. So we are already past midnight. The horizontal is irrelevant. Yep. But it's still some time before we will have day, and we're burning through 150 watts here with the ceiling lights the whole time, which is kind of wasteful. So let's burn some coal. Net King, that was not wise. Bop. I mean, I dig Net King coal, absolutely.
Critical.
Some wordplays come out wrong. Heh. Bip. Do we have some iron somewhere? We do. We do! Oh wait, didn't I have an iron sheet? Oh yes, I welded that already. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's say 11. I should really put a sign up, open helmet when indoors, but that doesn't really help. I would just not read the sign then. Good thing we can automate that later once we have the right suit. Man, 25 coal, and they are charging the batteries this much. Can actually observe, if we still have the time, that this is charging up now. Yep. Hello. That's fun to see, isn't it? If you don't like the color, just print a spray gun and spray paint the white part blue. That's the only thing you can spray paint. Stupidly, there's still a bug in the game where the color will not be restored upon load except if this thing is turned on. So they think they have fixed it, but I told them you haven't, but they haven't seen that, I guess. Happens. These developers are awesome, like I keep saying. Standing inside a cube, very careful. Hey, wait, what? Oh, that one's not welded up. The one in between there. Can I aim at that? I cannot. See, like I said, it's unnecessary, but I want to make this proper. Ow. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1. So we need 15 more iron sheets. Maybe I need a sticker on this thing for birds, huh? Uh-huh. More iron then? Yep. What did I say? 15, huh? Continue, please. Oh. I had the sound wrong. Sound display. Sorry. Happens. All real time, DJing a few windows and so forth. Can happen. So you can also just use walls, but then you might sometimes have sunlight leaking in. I've seen that, so not myself, but in other people's screenshots and respective forum posts where they said just that, you know? Okay. La 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 la. And then here would be my little greenhouse box, which I will make out of steel boxes. And here, there needs to be a door. Well, I should... since... Okay, I guess I would have to install a temporary wall here. Or do I? I mean, this is going to be part of my station atmosphere. I just have to continue the thing, close it up, and then open the wall, period. This will, of course, lose me a lot of station atmosphere into the space that I have just created there. And this is also something to consider when you are on planets with atmosphere. Of course, because then you're mixing that. On Europa, for example, then you're mixing it with oxygen. That doesn't seem too bad, but that oxygen will have minus 140 degrees. And that is something to consider. Yep. Even if you're 30 degrees in here, 2 boxes of minus 150 will cool this down well below 0. Yep. So what was missing? Steel boxes to continue. Do I have steel frames and steel sheets? I have none, but I have lots of steel. So let's make frames then, made of steel. 150 steel. How many do we need? I don't know how to calculate. Let's say I want a 3 wide box. 3. 1, 2, 3. Which means I need 5 for the ground, and 5 for the ceiling, and 5 for the wall. And since I'm such a pedantic asshole, I need then another 2, and for that side, that would be 25. I would need 25 steel frames, which makes 50 steel. And then afterwards we also need the respective steel sheets to weld that up. And maybe I should already recharge the welder. By now I should actually have the... yeah, don't use the wrong canister here. Don't put that into your oxygen tank, else you will have a bad time. The arc welder, which doesn't pollute the atmosphere, only uses electricity, which is easier to come by. It doesn't use a fuel gas, you know? Good thing to have. But I can't print that yet. For that I need to upgrade the manufactories. To do that, I need Constantan, which requires copper and nickel. Do I have copper and nickel? Yeah, in smelted form, here for example.
Hydration critical.
Here we have 50 copper and lots of nickel. So we have lots of nickel, but we don't have enough copper here to do that. How much copper do we have here? 11. 226, that's a lot. Nothing, nothing, and nothing. So since we need to mine for iron anyway at some point, I will just also mine for copper. And what else is there? There's also Invar, which I always make in the same breath, even before the other, because it's harder to get the values right. Iron and nickel. Yeah, so iron and copper is what we're going to be hunting for soon. It's necessary, even though mining is boring. Maybe I could use the hydraulic, the pneumatic mining drill if we have that. Or don't we have that here? There's so much stuff lying around, man. Could put up another locker, right? Where could I do that though? Yeah, it's one thing to design a station like this, but at some point you might have no walls left through which you can break to make a door. Then of course you could say, okay, let's call it a day, this is a room, and out there will be another, and between them there will be a bridge, and I would have an actual little city here. That's a cool thing to have. Yep. 4 more. And then we need the iron sheets. 1. Steel sheets. 2. 3. 4. Excuse me, I have to take a short break. Here we go again. Mission timer continues. We need 50 of these guys. So is there something else we could meaningfully automate? For example, we could turn off the lights when we're not in the station. Shall we do this? Yes, of course. Let's see if there's some resources left in here to make a sensor. No. Okay, that's crappy. Seriously, I mean, the voice mix sounds kind of okay, doesn't it, right? This is a $10 microphone that I keep clamped between the headphones that I'm wearing and my head. That's what it is. And then some settings and ops, you know, noise filter and some equalizer and compression. Yeah, it's dynamic compression. It's not data compression, with or without loss. But it's dynamic compression, as in the volume and or the volume changes. Yeah, I've also done quite a lot of things in regards to sound and sound production. Not professionally, but I could have started, you know. What seems to be the problem, officer? Food! I need food! Oh, right, this...
Hunger caution.
Open the helmet. I'm still in easy mode. And in easy mode you can eat through the helmet. I don't like that. I mean, I like that this is there, I'm not complaining, but I don't like to do that, that's what I'm saying. So I always play Stationeer difficulty. But I also like these playthroughs that we're doing right here, because then I have lots more time. It's more relaxed, I can concentrate more on the engineering, though, of course, the goal is to survive, to make your room, and then when you have enough, then you're making things more even, more convenient, and then you will also have time for the engineering. But this way, I have time for the engineering right from the start. Bep. Whoop.
Power low.
Yeah, it's a good idea to turn down the size of these things in the settings, because then you keep more panels open without being so, well, penetrated by their presence. So I want 1, 2, 3 horizontal as the space where we build, which means I need horizontally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I see already we need some more crates then, more frames. Didn't I have 25 of these? Oh right, okay, I see where I placed that dude. But let's make this side complete already. How much else do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the respective... Right, we're not there yet. 8 frames and 16 sheets. And then we can open that bitch up. Do we have enough oxide? No, not quite. Because I will have trouble filling up the station to enough pressure once I open this up. We need time there to make the advanced manufactories, man. Because then we get the advanced tool belt, which has 2 more tool slots and 2 free slots even. And the advanced mining belt also has an entire extra row. That's pretty cool. Of course, you could just keep filling with these guys. Matter of choice. But the tool belt is absolutely a game changer. There's no other way to phrase it. I want to phrase it differently though. Well, then you managed to do a thing that I could not. So oxide, can we get some oxide please? That seems to be nitrize or silicon. That seems to be a dark spot in an otherwise evenly colored landscape. That would probably be coal or iron. Oxide, blue stuff, come on. It's usually found in abundance. Whoop. Yeah, we have some volatiles. How many of those do I have? Well, enough for now maybe, but let's take some extra stack while we're here. And now. Our station is currently dark. The lights are not being rendered indoors, which means we should have them off while we're outside to save 150 watts. Or maybe I will put up even more. The long night. Yes, we're on the moon. Ah, oxide. The landscape terrain system will be overhauled. It will be completely replaced with a new one. The new one will be finite, not infinite like this one, like it is kind of in Minecraft. And it will be more diverse, so we'll have reason to travel. And maybe the rovers will also come back then, which are currently disabled because they weren't so compatible with the landscape system. That is planned for this year. Not the rovers necessarily, they didn't give us any word about that. Huh, I done goofed. I would just toss something down at the station, so I will have my hands free again. That's ironic. Yeah, the air tank is now more easily emptied because it's not pure oxygen in there. And so to get the right amount of oxygen, we need to pump more gas out of that canister, so the canister is emptied more quickly. Simple. Where would the station be? I think it's over there. Is it? Is it? No, I don't think so. Oh, there it is. Ha ha ha. Once again, I need to eat and or drink. Drink.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, let's refill that. Damn it. It's not the way to do it. I'm still winging it from moment to moment. Because there's so many things to do. Yeah, I wish that hadn't happened, because I was about to toss some ice, and that would cool down the station anyway. Case in point. Oh, what? Oh, device configuration? That's not what I wanted to show. 19 degrees, 18 degrees, the ice is melting, cooling down the room. So if you have a station that you're still beginning with, the pressure is low, the temperature is high, don't panic, just toss down some ice. And if you are panicking because the pressure is already high, just release some pressure. For example, by opening a window. No, don't. You will just see stuff flying out and it will be out of control. What you can do is you can take a passive vent. I will just take one up here. This one, I will just abuse that for a moment. Sue me. And we go here, and this thing is a kit. And if I use the wheel, then there's a double-sided vent. If I slap that here, it will let through the atmosphere as if there's no wall. That's kind of what it will do. So there's one way to relieve the pressure. I will just demonstrate that. So you can see also how to end that situation with a wrench. Pressure is 84 kilopascals. That is not quite low. I mean, it's just nice, it's just fine. But once I've opened this wall, which I won't do now because I would relieve the pressure quite some, that will be much lower. I needed 8, if I remember correctly. That makes 16 steel plus... it's ironic. I mean, one steel sheet takes 0.5 steel. So I now need 8 steel frames, which takes 16 steel. To weld them up with 2 steel sheets each, I will need 8 steel sheets of all. Numbers games, hilarious. How are the batteries doing? They're smiling upon us. And you can see the Earth is already almost fully lit, I would say, meaning that the sun is soon to come back. Which means maybe that we should make use of that extra electricity we kinda have. By putting up another light. Not sure where to put that. Ah, let's do something funny. Let's place it right here. difference, iron frame, steel frame. Iron frame, steel frame. Is there also a pressure difference? I don't know. Advanced and stronger version of iron frames. Steel frames are placed by right-clicking to complete construction. Da da da. Blah blah blah. We don't see any numbers here. Let's look for iron frames then. Maybe that gives us some contrasty information. That's also why I tend to look at negative reviews of games just to find out more information, because these people write different things than positive writers normally. More durable than the iron frame. What? I'm still looking at the steel frame? Iron frame. Build the iron frame. Oh, there's no description. So it's not actually telling us. Great. Everything welded up? Yep. Oh. Little mistake there. Do we have some things on us? We do not. Crap! So I have to do that again. But at least it's not necessary, really. I mean, we can do that afterwards. Why do I have an extra frame? Yeah, because of the spot. That's why. Only one left. So let's see. Let's wait until vacuum has been established. It has been. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I should weld that from the outside instead of the indoors. But that little bit should make a difference. Because guess what? Then I can just break open the wall from here. That would be cool. Safe. The dark room has been made. No one saw that? $65 kilopascals. 20 degrees already. How did this happen? How quickly can that rise? Good thing we have a cooling solution in place. And one that is super powerful. Okay, so we can go in here. There will be no light whatsoever. And here we can plant our potatoes. And the indoor temperature is fine. The air mixture, let's take a look. What is the air mixture? To grow plants, at least potatoes, I mean I haven't grown much else so far, shamefully. We need CO2. And it's decreasing. Why the fuck is it decreasing? The percentage, the ratio. Oh, because I was melting oxide, of course. That changes the overall mixture. Yeah, that makes sense. Well... you can change it again. Let's look at the numbers as they currently are. 2.73% CO2. Now we have to wait until it has equalized. 2.72%. 2.72%. And now we're at 2.7, so we're now at 3.1-ish. A little bit more, right? And the plants need at least 1%. So by me breathing, I'm creating the atmosphere that the plants need. But guess what? There's not going to be a competition. We have to make sure that there's enough CO2, because what I produce might not be enough for the plants. Anyway, let there be plants. I will put them here in the darkest corner of the world. Not like that, no. More like this. And then we have the choice to put up this thing or to put up this thing. The difference being that this is the hydroponics device. And you might say, if it's the same thing, it doesn't cost you any more kit-wise than just use these ones. Not quite. You cannot place these adjacent. These, though, you can place adjacent. So it's a choice. Do you want to be able to read out stuff, or do you want to just hydroponic the shit out of this? The choice is the shit. These now don't have any water, as evident by there not being any water in there, and the plants dying if I would stuff them in. So we need to get some water in that bitch. Weirdly, the plants need very, 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 very little water. So all I need now is to get the show on the road is... Come on. Beep. This. This. And then this, but full, please. Now you can see 1.2 liters. Why is it more liters than was in the canister? Because the canister has a capacity of 12 liters, while these things have a capacity of... What am I saying? I don't understand what's happening here. Let's do that again, see what happens. The water, by the way, is 20 degrees Celsius. If it's too hot, like 50 degrees or more, the plants will have a problem. It will also tell you that when you just point at the thing. It will tell you atmosphere is too hot, water is too hot. You will be told that. But if there's some kind of too much light and such, you will not be told. You will just be told that the plant is not growing well, and then you have to whip out your plant analyzer cartridge to find out what the fuck the reason is. Two, 3, 7. Wrenchy. So the inventory is very small. Maybe I should reorganize things a bit. Oh, the sun is back up. Is this still this a slow time scale? Because it seems so very fast. Orbit. 0.03-ish. It's floating point numbers. They can't really represent the exact decimal value. They're binary, ultimately. That's also why you don't use currency calculations using floating point values. Every programmer knows that, and hopefully also adheres to it. Else there will be a few cents missing here and there. Oh, you didn't know? I mean, not you, but the programmer. Oh, the programmer didn't know? Or... and maybe they intentionally did this to have the effect that, in the end, some cents from many accounts over many transactions will accumulate to a few million in a different account, and shazam. Okay, the sun's coming up. Let's see what the electricity is that's coming in. We cannot see that yet. Let's make a cable analyzer. Can only be made with this dude, and it doesn't have any things yet, any resources. Cable analyzer, iron, copper, and silicon. I don't have any iron. None whatsoever. Not true. Haha, the airlock is cycled. Funny, huh? Funny situation to be in. Oh, can we see that from the indoors? Of course we can. I don't even have to go outside. But there's no place for me to do this. I want to be able to check that from indoors. So back indoors we go. I will just have to expand this cable a little bit, so that I can stuff something onto it. Just keep pressing the auto rotate key until I get something nice that fits, and that seems to be alright. Yep. This thing at the bottom is so that you can connect a cable to read that out digitally, but we can just point it and we see the actual power that's currently coming in is 320 watts. And oh, I'm stupid. That is the no, that's not. That's the cable. That's the power that's indeed coming in. Why is it 320? Shouldn't it be more? Something wrong with our solar solution? Anyway, and in here, how much electricity is the station using? 245 watts, so we are net surplus. Not too much though. During the day I could turn off all the lights, huh? But that's not nice. Ah, no, I want to achieve a situation where it doesn't matter whether we have the lights on. This is not supposed to be a tent. I'm not camping. This is a space station. Coming in, 244 watts. Coming in here, 497. And so, if there's so much coming in, why then do we not get any of that? Are you kidding me? Oh, wait, right. This is the cable coming from the batteries towards this dude and towards here. I still need one for this network out here. Would be cool if I could also show that there on the wall. That is a ridiculous thing to do, but I will do it regardless. Another cable analyzer, please. Yes, okay, we're getting 1200 watts into our station, into the entire system from the solar. Is saying required 1.54 megawatts, now 1.53 megawatts. That's obviously the amount of energy that the station batteries could take. Now they do something wrong here in the game. I don't know why they uphold this, but anyway, when you store electricity in a place, when it's not flowing, when there's no time component, but when it's rather a vessel, like a glass of water where we have put in like 5 liters, well, the 5 liters are called joules. not watts. When you pour that water now and let it flow through a pipe, then you're asking the question, how fast is that water flowing through there, or how much water is flowing through there per second? And that is watts. Watts is joule per second. So if you store some electricity somewhere, you say we have stored this and this many joules, or megajoules, or kilojoules. So that should be a potential of 1.44 megajoules here. Though joules and watts are both wrong, because I believe that these are measured per game tick here, these numbers. But a game tick is half a second, and not 1 second. So that's a bit off. But okay, let's forgive that. Greenhousing. Opening hemming. Is there still water in there? I would assume so. But planting stuff now is not advisable. I mean, it doesn't have light. That was the idea. It needs a light. Too bad we can't place that in the center. That's really unpleasant. But since the light in this case, I just realized, isn't going across the entire width, but it's only on the right, it's kind of centered if I place it like this. Yep. And I guess we need another grow light, because if I place stuff here, that will have enough light. But this, I guess, will not get any light exposure. And it doesn't matter that it's right here at the light or here or whatever. This is measured box-wise, I think. Can we make another grow light? Steel electrum. Can we have a recycler, please? No, we can't. We need iron for that. The batteries should now be happily charging, so me charging them up with coal so much was unwise, but who cares? Though, maybe we can make 2 more station batteries to actually have some benefit here. Let's see. Oh, 1. Gold. Need some more gold. Really? 1 gram? Now we can make 2. Let's make 2. Live large. Want to logic control them, therefore I need to wire up the logic also. And where would I get those cables? Through this wall? Yeah, it's indeed still the shortest path. And here, what would I do with this then? This metal wall, if I remove this, can I remove this? Yeah, there's obviously a box there. Let's remove it. Man, where's my angle grinder? That would be the first time that I ever really lose a tool, I think. Apart from the wrench in the most recent MIPS playthrough. Or do I have it on me somewhere? I do not. Where's the angle grinder? Sometimes you accidentally place things in a locker when you take something out. Didn't happen here. What I could do now is I could cheat. I could look in the World XML file, where's the angle grinder? That I could at least know that it still exists. For example, maybe it fell into the, what's its face? Arc furnace and was destroyed. Then it would no longer exist.
Air tank critical.
Ah, shit. I could put another stack right here. Why not? Don't have to stack them sky high. Need some steel sheets. Yeah, there's of course a problem with the logic cabling. That's a bit iffy to do. Or is it? Of course I want to keep that separate. Ah, fuck, das geht nicht. Ah, it can't be done. The logic cabling will be in the way. How would I do the logic cabling anyway? Well, maybe we have to think three-dimensionally. You see what I was saying about all the tool handling, huh? That gets the job done. So that gets the job. Oh. Save. Shift Windows F, which is my hotkey for everything. World XML, which is of course the top file because it was just saved. That's world meta, I mean this one. Grinder. Here we go. Item angle grinder. I still have it. Somewhere here. At least I know that now. Steel sheets. 4 overall. Possibly left it
Oxygen low.
out there.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
Yep. I will not turn them on, so you can see what our nice logic programming will have done. Which makes me wonder, why is it not turning on? Shouldn't it be turning on now? I mean, at least this one. Connected, 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 connected. And I'm reading those out. And over there... I'm not sure. Maybe we need to actually supply some power. There is power. I don't understand. This thing should be turning on. Now there's power in there. Okay, that's also not the reason. Let's connect the rest first. I guess the programming is wrong there. Whoops. Did I forget to export or something? They're not on. Maybe the cabling's actually not going there? What's my mistake? Where are the station batteries? Shh. Oh, I forgot to write that once more. SB. CLS bat on 1. That's the reason. I just forgot to write the source code. Yep, now they're on. Or at least the lower one is. The upper one, I guess I forgot the cable on the back side, maybe. Indeed. Okay, sun, keep burning, because we are going to keep enjoying it. So we need more resources, more cabling. Maybe I should go mining now, or... I'm not sure. I mean, maybe we can get the hydroponics going. I would need another IC10 and housing, because the solar clock I don't want to put into another chip, because I mean, it should be running constantly and not me fiddling around with it the whole time. Like there's a bug and oh, that didn't work and whatever. I believe that the register values are persistent, even if you write the source code anew to a chip, which then restarts, of course, the execution from the ground up. I think the register values are persistent, even between game sessions. So that should not be a problem if I have this counter, but this counter also means that my some register would be eternally reserved. I don't want this here, so... Gold, Dude, we need to go mining. Really no gold whatsoever. Damn. We need to go mining. Okay. Let's clean up a bit. Battery check. Do we have everything?
Power critical.
We won't need the battery, obviously, at the labeler while we're mining, but maybe we will need another replacement battery. And then that's good to have one. And the drill, where is it? What? I'm missing the mining drill and the angle grinder. This is insane. What's happening? How can I miss the mining drill? Oh, I'm not really missing it. Let's see. Maybe here? Yep. Oh, didn't it? We had a second mining belt, and that's where the stuff went. So let's make use of this then. Dark room. Yeah, so now the boring part begins because it's going to be a long mining excursion. We need gold, we need copper, we need iron, the usual stuff. Nothing I can do about that. Can drink and eat something before we leave. With the helmet open, ideally. I will just take that with, why not? Can stack up more coal in there. That stuff though, is it necessary to carry with me? This one's full, we know that? Huh. Pressure is 81, is also good enough. Let's make another mining belt, but I don't have the iron for do I do. I do have. Our backpack maybe? Ah, damn it, this is the wrong device. Why do I always think the tool maker's on the left side? Must be confusing that with another playthrough. And of course I have to do this once more. Iron is always the last. Good thing we can program these also to spit out whatever we want, whenever we want it. As long as it's in there, I mean. Filters, yeah. Wouldn't be good to start something like that without a filter. Do we have iron? We do not. Guess what? La la la. What's even in our oxygen tank by now? You refill it. Don't toss it in here.
Airtight critical.
You know, it'd be tight if it's too much to ask. Is like if you
Airtight critical.
not just drop in right after. So that way it's already all formatted, and then if you prefer to format it later.
A little bit of nitrogen, some CO2. So I hope there's not a problem. That's Underworld. How intense are they about their copyright? Would I have to mute this part of the song, soundtrack of the video, or even the entire sound of the video? Unknown. Let's risk it then. SG. Can I make a sensor for what am I trying to sense? My occupancy, because once I leave, I want the lights to turn off. Three iron, 1 gold, 1 copper. This might actually be doable. Nice. To express that it is there and what it refers to, I will put it up here. Occupancy sensor or motion sensor? I think occupancy sensor. You can see that it is green, which means that someone's in the room. Or not. Yep. Pipe, cable. That didn't do the trick. Maybe activate is not the right value, or maybe I'm not reading that thing correctly. Let's see. Occupancy sensor. Structure occupancy sensor. Maybe I mistyped. That's possible. What logic values does it have? Oh, it has activate and has quantity. So I guess I did that right. Why is it then not working? These are now controlled by logic, but they insist on turning off. Why? Since they're already being controlled, why is the wrong value being written to them? Is the value of R0. R0 is load batch named class sense occu in sense occu prime activate sum. Structure occupancy sensor. That seems correct. In sense occu prime. Yeah, that's correct, of course, because else there would be something red down there. Sense occu primary. Why doesn't this work? I don't understand. Sense occu primary. That's also a given. Well, for that then, we once again have the configuration cartridge. Where is my tablet? Where is it? 200 watts, no thanks. Where is my tablet? Crap, I should stop tossing my tools everywhere. I normally don't do this, but for some reason now... Oh, now I do. I do! What values do we get here? Activate 1. And here we're getting Ah, let's look at the door. Open 0. Open 1. You can see the idle value, which is currently 1. Now it's 0. Now it's 1 again, because the process of it closing or opening makes the door busy. And that's something you need to consider when you program your own airlock. Programming your own airlock is rather complicated because of the research aspect of it. Making it happen otherwise is not so hard. For example, how do you read out the buttons from the door? Really? I cannot touch this thing from here? Fuck. But anyway, I mean, what I was saying, the value that I get in here is activate 1. So if that's what I write to the on value, then, well, guess what? They should be on. For some reason though, the value that I'm getting in R0 is not the activate value of the occupancy sensor. Load badge named. Into R0. Class sense Oku. Instance Oku Prime. Activate. Classic case of debugging. I will now read the reference ID, which is another value that this thing has, its objective identity number, and see if the housing reflects it. And it doesn't. So somehow I'm magically not being... Oh god, of course, stupid me. Oh my god, see what's happening here. This light is running on airlock power. This is a different network. Classic. When you think something's wrong with your system, always check the cabling. Because that's usually the culprit. Now that's dumb to run that on airlock power. The airlock's power supply's purpose is to make sure that a problem cannot arise. So... Have to rewire that. Can I rewire that? Green. Not green. Like getting a cable here is rather impossible. I mean, everything is full of cables. I cannot put the light here. Crap. Oh, well, I will just leave it out then for now. Anyway, the occupancy sensor needs to be wired up to something else. And okay, I give in. Let's just put the motherfucker next to the computer. There's even some room still. The lights, they are still off. Yeah, I forgot to copy the name. Of course, we can just go in here and copy it from here also. And as soon as I give it the right name, it will exist in the eyes of the computer. Nice. So, mining drill, battery. Too bad we don't have the resources to get a proper battery in there. We need to make large battery cells. Don't have the resources, that's why you need to go mining. Had to do all the other things first, I guess. And with had to, I mean, that was sarcasm. Well, I made choices. Those indeed had to be made. But not necessarily in this form. Full enough. Full enough. Oxygen is fine. Oh yeah, we need filters. Why does it even work, man? Should have experienced some... Oh, turn off. Should have experienced some nitrogen buildup by now. No iron. Of course, there's no iron in there. Do I have anything else that could have a battery? Maybe I should take a couple of mining charges with me so we can have some fun with those. Microwave, tables, egg carton, filter, pollutant, volatiles. No more batteries. Crap. This means that the replacement battery I wanted to take with me, I can't take with me. Okay. Battery swap and go. Light is off. And before I leave, yes, another thing. This is kind of cheesy for me to do this, but whatever. Really? That's what's happening? $308, $300, okay, that was good. Safe. Yeah, we're still recording, everything fine? Meep, meep, bloop, bloop. Yep. It's on. 3 hours already, god damn it. I have work tomorrow, I hate work. I want to do what I want to do. I don't want to have to do what other people want me to do. What other people want me to do is usually stupid and boring and superfluous. And certainly a waste. OCD. It's OCPD, by the way, right? The Obsessive Compulsive Personality Disorder, not OCD or Obsessive Compulsive Disorder. There's a difference between these two, and I think maybe I should look it up, because I'm too lazy to do this now and can't recite it from memory. Gold, iron, we're at home right here. Let's mine everything. Taking over your radio. Pause. Desktop change. Aha. The video that I made yesterday, which is 7 3/4 hour long. Yes, it is that long, episode 1 of this playthrough. It has a size of 68 gigabytes. It has been uploaded with a speed of 1 megabyte per second, and it is now being crunched by YouTube, and this will probably take a few days. So, reload. What else do we have on this page? Anything private still? Yeah. Stationeers MIPS episode 3 is still private. I could switch that to public right now, and I will do so. Switch it to public. Everything has been set. Description, title, playlist member. Okay. Switch public. Done, and then save. Ta-da! 5 hours, and in this one I'm talking a lot about the apocalypse, man. But I'm keep playing, so it's not like it's a freeze frame and blah 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 video like one of those. I made one of those, and it wasn't well received. I mean, no downvotes, but no upvotes either, and I get it, it's okay. So that's public now. Let's see what the front page looks like. Stationeers, your own deeply simulated planetary survival station. If you haven't seen the trailer yet, you should watch it, because I think it's pretty good, and this might motivate you then to take the trailer, which is on the front page and plays automatically, to show to other people. Not because, oh, look what this guy did, but look what they did, the game. Make people buy the game, and if you haven't bought it yet, what do you expect? Watching all my videos, thus you no longer need to play it? You need to play it, man. And if not, then you need to pay it, man. let's continue with the entertainment thingies. See what that's like. Not a fan. This sucks. I don't object to the music, but I suspect copyright. Whenever a singer is involved, the likelihood is much higher. Of course there's a copyright on all of them, I'm not stupid. I'm saying that YouTube will then say, okay, you don't have the right to publish this, so your video is locked in, for example, Russia, or maybe in all territories, and now you have to remedy this. For example, delete the sound part of that video, or delete only the song in that part of the video, or cut out that part of the video. That can all be done online with a few clicks. You have to wait then for another day if the crunching was long. I hope that, oh my god, I hope that didn't happen to the 8-hour video. That would take several weeks to clean up. Now we have iron. Yeah, equalizing is something I have kind of an ear for. That's, for example, I'm using what's its face? Audible speaker. Which company was that again? No, I don't get paid for this. JBL, yeah, a JBL Extreme, not the smallest one, but also not the one that you need two hands to carry, the one in the middle. And just put that up at the office at some point and started playing my mobile phone music, which is this music. What you're hearing, exactly this track, for example, will be playing there. Though usually I would play some with singing. Soma FM has a very beautiful channel. It's called Lush. And most tracks are that fun. There's, for example, a lot of more Chiba, as an example. And I pipe that through the equalizer of my smartphone, which has only like 8 bands or something, while a professional equalizer has like 27, 29, 31 bands. And of course, you can also just use a parametric equalizer, so you can set anything arbitrarily. Anyway, I'm piping that through that equalizer to get the general flavor in the right direction. And then I'm using, I think, like 30 band equalizer that I downloaded and purchased. Was very good, so after a month I decided, you know what, let's buy this thing. For like €3 or so. It's really cheap. It's for Android. Let me just look that up, because it's really good product. I can tell you this is a good equalizer. What's its face? I mean, it's hard to find such a thing. So I will tell you, so in case you're looking for such a thing, then you know. So go to the store page, I'm on Android. The name is Power Amp Equalizer. 2 words and only the first letter capitalized. Power Amp Equalizer. By Power Amp Software Design, in parentheses, Max MP. What other software do they have? Power Amp Equalizer, Power Amp Full Version Unlocker, and the Power Amp Music Player Trial, which I haven't yet taken a look at. These are the 3 softwares they have. I have the Power Amp Equalizer. Let's see how often this has been downloaded. Supposedly, can this be seen here? Over 1 million downloads. And what does it cost? Let's look at the unlocker. The price here is €7.49. Okay, maybe there was some offer thing, or I don't know. So this thing is a very good equalizer. And so I'm piping my mobile phone sound through 2 equalizers, and there's a secret that there's a thing that many people don't know. Let's say we're sitting in the office and we're talking. We need to be able to communicate, we need to be able to hear each other. If someone says something, hey, blah, 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 then we need to be able to detect someone is doing that. So if you play music then, that could be a problem. But what frequency ranges are being used by those people? Well, why don't you just go and use different frequency ranges for your music? And that's what I'm doing. Particularly, it's another trick which overlaps with this one, which is as follows. You like music to have bass, right? Lots of very high frequencies to tickle your ears, and a lot of low frequencies to tickle your balls, or your tummy, girl, right? And So you turn that up, and but it might well be too much then. Anyway, I'm saying you like that. What happens if you turn down the volume a lot? Overall, you're listening to the music very quietly. You know what that means? Now you could go and turn up the bass ridiculously, so that it's kind of loud again, but it will not be in the way of the communication in the office, but it will give some overall groove and feeling. And that's what I have done. So I adjusted the equalizer so that the bass is very loud in comparison to the rest of the music, which you can perceive clearly, but it is rather like a whisper in the background. But the bass makes itself known. And when I say bass, I mean like 70 hertz or down, not the 90 or 100 or 120 or whatever, where things get drony, where it sounds like a humming sound. No, it needs to be deep down. So, I mean, we can hear down to 20 hertz, and you have to realize that 40 hertz, which is very close to that apparently, is double that frequency. So yeah, it makes a lot of difference how you adjust which frequency in the bass area. So, a long story short, you would have to have a powerful equalizer, as in it can really do some damage, and one that is also very flexible in regards to which frequencies are being set to what. And so I turn everything down but the bass and the high frequencies. The high frequency not so much, so that it doesn't get annoying. And then you have to, of course, check which high frequencies. I mean, where do you start and what's the curve? But that's the thing, you can train that and then you have that ability. I can recommend it because it will make your life better. Promised. Being able to deal with an equalizer. I mean, let's say this. I was at Saturn in this town that I live in and bought some headphones for 25 euros. Bluetooth headphones from China, which were my first Bluetooth headphones, and the sound was shitty. But here's the thing. What you need is not a device like a Bose headphones thing that has very low noise factor or whatever, and I mean, that's of course something you would like to have. I'm not objecting to that at all. But if you want to experience music in a fun way, then what you need is just a speaker that is able to produce all the frequencies. Even if the way it produces those is completely bent out of shape, because then you bend it into shape with a flexible equalizer and a good ear and some experience, and then you have a good speaker, and then it is fun. And of course I did that with those cheap headphones, and then I had a good ride. Yeah, you can do that. Interestingly, when I use my Bose headphones, I can turn off the phone's equalizer entirely, and I'm only using the power amp equalizer, which boosts like the bass and such. So it's not so bent out of shape like the crappy phones from China that I got there. I mean, what can you expect? 25 euros, including Bluetooth and everything? I mean, see, that's what Louis C.K. said. One of the best comedians in the world, hands down. And there are people who think he's controversial. Maybe that's not the wrong term, but if they think he should be controversial, they are pieces of dog shit. And you heard me say that, hopefully, even though the music was playing loudly. Anyway, this is a bit too active for my taste. Maybe we can turn this down? Or different music? And he said, when people complain about how their flight was delayed and so forth, you're sitting in a chair in the sky with that damn it. For successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations, for nature cannot be fooled, which can be read as a metaphor. What Louis C.K. said can also be read as a metaphor, as in, keep remembering where you are. When your pizza is delayed, remember you pushed a button on the thing that you held in your hand, and someone will deliver the warm food to your doorstep without you having to do anything else. That is what that is. It's not magic, it's someone being a magician, basically, simulating the existence of magic for you. Yeah, they will bring the food right to your door. I know what I'm talking about. And in the same way, headphones, or even the ability to listen to that without a cable. And then that whole thing costs 25 euros, which is the same kind of like $25 US dollars. God damn it. Get some perspective, man. I mean, if you consider what we're living in here, the universe, all this flow going on. I mean, we're orbiting the sun in a way that is like a pendulum. It's not like an exact circle. It's an oval, and the way that the shape that has depends once again on the other planets, because the gravitational center or the gravitational shape of the cosmos, if you look at it from another angle. If you think of the reality of the solar system as a plane, and then you use the usual depiction of it being dented by the gravity, that landscape is constantly changing by the motion of the planets, and thus the behavior of the planets and of Earth is constantly changing slowly. And so measuring time correctly, that's a trick, man. That's complex. It's a complex fucking task. It is just simplified for us because they the people, us, created instances, organizations, which dealt with the problem as best as they could and presented us with the best solution they could find. And then we stupid idiots decided, okay, let's have daylight saving times on top of that. That of course needs to go. That is just bullshit, dog shit and idiocy. That needs to go, period, and end of story. We have time zones already which make things complicated enough, and I accept those because everybody should have the right to have their own local perspective be the one true perspective. That is okay. Excuse me. That's okay, that is correct. I mean, I would prefer for us all to use the same time, but then this would mean, well, I have to get up at 12, and then you would have an entirely different context. When someone tells you that, you would have to know then, okay, which part in the world are you in? But when someone says, I'm getting up at 12, normally that means either they are lazy bum, or that's just the time when they get to work. But then you know it's an exceptional thing. So I think that also makes sense, not just by right of someone's emotion, like I want my local perspective to be the perspective, but also to communicate efficiently. But then there are even time zones that are off by half an hour, not by 1 hour. And when I say off, then the members of that time zone would say, what do you mean off? But then to add daylight savings on top of that, which isn't even synchronized, so there's some countries start at this the time when in Germany summer or winter time begins and ends is different than from the United States, for example. That's why in my nice organizer program I can visualize multiple time zones and different ranges. Like for example, this work time starts of the office starts at this day and age, this time of day, and ends this time of day, this weekday, and so forth. I can watch that all when I click on the clock at the top of my organizer program. I see all the time zones that I've configured in parallel, including when those people will go to work. And so when I can see the overlap immediately, I just look there it is. It's not rocket science, but I haven't seen it like that yet, and I wonder why. Mankind hasn't yet woken up to the reality this actually designed itself, / is living in. That's also what I think of when I hear that press 1 if for sales, press 2 if you want your cock sucked, press 3 to or otherwise wait for someone who will pick up your call. Why do I not see that as a menu, is my question. Are you baffled? You should be baffled. Because why the fuck is not another thing? I know that audio compression is of course voice focused these days, so we get maximum amount of data flow through all the networks that we have but it is certainly possible to devise a standard that would be able to transmit like 200 characters without there having to be like beep bop. That is certainly possible. And if not, then devise the standard, goddammit. That's not rocket surgery in this day and age. Why can't we have that? I mean, how many lives would be saved by that? On average, of course. When someone is able to call the cops or call the ambulance or whatever and wouldn't be in that stupid menu at first, which is the thing sometimes, yes, I'm not making this up. But usually you have 911, what's your emergency? Okay, that's a good solution, I'm fine with that. But sometimes you do have menus. Press 1 for English. Isn't that baffling? I mean, we have smartphones. And for some reason we're using them mostly for anything but telephony. But when we use them for telephony, magically we are forgetting we're holding a smartphone. Why is this thing not showing me the menu? That's not a stupid question, man. It will also save time. It would make everything more convenient, more fluent. How is that not a good argument? God damn it. I tell you, we need a new ruler. 1. Tab's foot. So, that's... how much have we mined? Not too much, I presume. We need more gold. Nickel? Yeah, let's bring some nickel back. Which is not my kind of music. I usually only listen to this stuff. I mean, not necessarily what's playing right now, but Lush and Drone Zone and so forth, because I have little opportunity to actually listen to music other than Office and such, because I'm doing so many things. For example, playing games. Yeah, that's still a thing I'm doing, as in, right now I cannot... I wouldn't want to listen to metal right now, for example. But Pantera, of course, or Crowbar, or Metallica, yeah, count me in, of course. Or some Jane's Addiction, maybe. Only gold we found so far. God damn it, I need to hunt for gold, decidedly. We need gold. So let's make this stack full and then some more iron and then hunt for gold. Wonder how full the station batteries are gonna be. It's too bad after putting up the new ones I didn't check the percentage, which should have been much lower, logically, right? How full everything is. Hey, didn't I say I want to play with the mining charges? Let's play with the mining charge. Should be some iron at least. Well, there's some iron at least. Yeah, okay, this 200-minute day thing is better. It doesn't have to be 200, you can make it 1/5, for example, 0.03, 0.3, that would then be 0.06, times 5 is 0.3. So then you would have a 100-minute day. But still, I recommend changing that so you get a better feeling of the game. Of course, you need then to be able to cope with the plant problem. That's something you need to solve, and we will definitely solve this, possibly in this episode. I mean, the time is short once more. Tomorrow work, today I have to do a few more things. But I guess we're gonna get this show on the road. Where does it glinter? There, that might be gold. Before it starts up again. Oh, gold. Pretty sure I dug this out and then somehow didn't take it with me. See, what I'm saying about copyright there doesn't mean, hey, this music is known, so YouTube will tell you there's a copyright, you can't play that, and the other stuff that it just doesn't detect, well, there's such a thing certainly probably also going on. However, many tracks will be detected, and YouTube will say, but the owner allows this content to be used on YouTube. And YouTube will then automatically put the album covers and the names in your description. That's way cool. It's almost as if you want to do this, and I'm doing it. Nah.
Power low.
When I go back, I will make Constantan in Invar and upgrade the manufactories. We'll also make cables, so we can power up the what's its name? Hydroponics room. And then we need an IC10 to control that whole stuff, and the housing, which will then together consume 50 watts again, constantly. Two stacks of gold, but I need at least 5. Else this will not feel right. As much gold as we needed, and then I milked the entire station for it. Not good. It's pretty cool that I don't have to worry about breakfast and my what's the word, lunch, because I only always have dinner. So I don't have to waste time for that, to getting the food, making the food, eating the food, cleaning it up, and so forth. But this is all just focused into one meal, which is then also a bigger one. Which means then, this is also has an upside, when you order some food from a place, then they will tell you, okay, you can order food from our place, however, you need to order at least for this and this amount. But that's too much for one meal for most people. But since I concentrate my 3 meals a day into one, I can just order something bigger, and so I'm always over the threshold. What a lifestyle. Man, I'm really glad that I've ended up choosing this road. So lucky. Yes, and we should strive for deep miners, so we have one thing that will constantly supply us with new shit, so we don't have to go mining so much. Definitely something to do. Yep. Well, and since I'm not wasting so much time with food and such, I can record more videos and longer ones, because I don't have to interrupt, and I don't have to worry. It's not, I mean, there's a lot of thought that goes into the meals that you have during a day. I don't have that. The choices are simple. I don't bother wasting time in my head. In reality, not. I don't, neither in my head. So much more time to think about other stuff. Thinking is fun. I detected that early as a child and thought, hey, let's see what I can find. And at some point I started assuming that maybe the truth isn't necessarily out there, but it's in there, in your head, and can be discovered if you just keep thinking. And maybe that's even true. Also means that you're not bored. I mean, if your computer is down and you wanted to play the game, then you just have to adapt, use non-attachment, and say, okay, that's the way it is. What would I do then? Well, think up a story that you want to write. Walk up and down, think about Stationeers, make plans. Think about what you want to think about, for example, which seems like a joke, but no, I mean, if you want to do a thing and you don't know how to do the thing, and thinking could possibly yield the answer, then employ that measure to achieve the outcome, and that's what you do then. For successful technology, use your fucking head. Yeah, sometimes one might feel, but why? This borders on the question of why even live. It does. I mean, why do this thing, why do that thing? Remotely, at least, it touches that. Because of the experience. What experience? Well, don't you have experiences beyond just orgasm and eating? I would assume so, huh? No, I need more. Which is tricky because I don't have any more batteries. Oh, I still do? Okay. It's a sign from the skies. I just have an interesting thought. I don't know where, if it leads somewhere, I just blurt it out. Free will, like I talked about that for a while in some videos, is terribly hard to define. But the thought I just had is, we all seem to have a relationship to that, to the meaning of it, or we seem to be knowing the meaning of it, or what should I say? We seem to be all assuming that there is a meaning to it, that there can be a meaning, that it means free will. And that's interesting that we kind of all share that. I mean, even people who believe that we don't have it, I believe most of those would at least have a concept of it, right? But how can we have a concept of something that is basically impossible to define? Because whatever you come up with, ultimately you could say, yeah, but there must still be an underlying algorithm, until you have stripped away all of existence and you're remaining with a free mind and in a vacuum, God or whatever. And then you're saying, okay, that's free will then. So that's weird. Anyway, okay, let's let go of that. Making Constantan and Invar will also give us the opportunity to toss all the stuff into the furnace, so we don't have to wait for the arc furnace, which will also waste battery. Mining is such a long fucking task, man. But once you're in it, it's kind of what you want to do, right? And that's true for most things in life. I mean, let's say you have two interests. You want to play, for example, Subnautica. I have played that game for a couple of hours and I love it. It's really, really, really good. It's a new experience, deep emotion, great experience, yeah. And then I just stopped. Because I was doing other things instead, and now I'm playing Stationeers as fuck. So what would happen now if I would want to play Subnautica? See, the problem is flow, but the problem is momentum. Maybe the problem is also identity. Let's talk about identity. Who are you? I mean, you would say, I am this and this person, and you would use your name to express that, right? And that's just a convention. You're probably even aware that your name is not you. I mean, right? You're not your name. You are the overall configuration, your experiences, your aspirations, your emotion, you know? That's kind of what you are. And also if you have muscles, or if you can run fast, or if you have I don't know, whatever, if you're very beautiful, for example, then those are also part of what you are. But in principle, identity is a fluent thing. Because the things that you've learned, the memories that you've created, the interests that you have, all of that can change over time. Like, for example, when someone was in prison and you... I mean, there's another thing. Let's change topic once more. What I don't accept, I do not, I really don't, is that mankind comes up with a concept of prison, that's alright, because to protect the people, and punishment, yes, is also due, and also that the people who would then go to prison would, before they would have to do so, fear to have to go there and thus not do the thing, if that is indeed the incentive that they require. But let's say the judge says, "Justice has spoken, you shall be in prison for 3.5 years, with 1 or 2 years possible probation, blah 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 blah." So then this happens, and then the person is released back into the world. Explain something to me. Why is the person then deemed guilty by the world? What kind of justice system is that? Has the person not done the deed? Sat through the sentence? I mean, this can only mean either of two things. One, the sentence should have been harsher, or mankind is a piece of shit. And statistically speaking, the latter is probably the truth. Yeah, but what? Pick one. Lock them up, or say they are now free, like you are. Yeah, maybe there could also be some transitionary perspective, of course, particularly when it comes to probation, which is the very idea that you think, this guy is kind of suspicious, let's keep him under observation, but he seems to be nice, so let's let him out there. But that seems to be what they apply to any and all people who go to prison, and that is what I just explained. It's wrong, man. Either keep them locked up, or in both cases, accept that when they're out, end of story. They get all the jobs, they get all the hello and the social. They are like you, are they not? What, have you been in prison? No, I haven't been in prison. Do you have to experience something yourself to... What the fuck, man? What are you revealing there? Or, in other words, what plan are you creating there for the future of your life? For your learning experiences that are necessary, huh? Because you will learn, I promise you that. Let's think about heaven and God and such. Not in the context that I would normally talk about, but in the Christian sense. For example, let's say that is the kind of configuration where you also have purgatory. Someone has committed some sins and God said, I don't know, but okay, you're not gonna burn forever. How very merciful. But then the person has to sit through some kind of purgatory where they have to look into the cabinet of mirrors, but not visually, but rather of experience or emotional flow through some kind of terrifying blah 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 blah, where they will then experience all the bad shit that they have done and will experience also truly that they didn't want this. Not just that they don't want the punishment or something, but instead that the punishment is them just seeing the things that they have done in the light of truth. Finally, with the eye of sanity, which is what you would be bestowed upon if you would ever enter heaven, of course, because what would be ruining there is certainly sanity, and everybody who would be there would be utterly sane. Anything else? Bullshit. So what does that mean then when it comes to rehabilitation? Someone having been in purgatory is somehow less worth in the eyes of the heavenly community than someone who went there straight away? Have they not redeemed themselves in full? Is that not the same question? And what is the answer? What is the concept that the theist has there? Do they even have one? Man, sheeple, wake the fuck up.
Power critical.
Huh. Station, and there was gold in the vicinity of. And I need more gold. Mip. Save. It's fascinating, right? This game is early access, but it doesn't crash. I'm playing the beta, but it doesn't crash. Oh, that's just a fluke. No, it's not. I've recorded over 100 hours of videos, many of which are 4 hours plus. Yesterday, one that was almost 8 hours long. No crashes, no dying, no restart, no reloading, nothing. Then I have the browser open, Op Studio recording from it. I have the music player. I'm all using AutoTab. I'm having my own Java program and the IDE open to run all that stuff. I mean the program to run the program. Nothing. Just stable. I mean, when computers don't do what we want them to do, I get that that's frustrating, but here again, you're sitting in a chair in a sky. This thing is calculating precisely and without any mistake for 10 years straight every day if you don't turn it off. Without one mistake. At least without one that you would ever notice. Isn't that fascinating? That we have achieved some kind of alien technology there? No, I'm not saying, doesn't this mean blah blah? No, I'm not fucking saying that. I'm saying, god damn it, are we good? I mean, some things that mankind have done, I can only pull my head off, man. And put it back up and then pull it off again for double the intensity of the gesture. Sideways motion reveals the glinter. Over there, there's something, might be silver. I want gold though. Oh, look at that. So this guy, 99%, yeah, I guess our solar array orientation thing is fruitful. So what's that, silver or gold? Seems like, I don't know. It's gold. So then there was the idea that, the thought that technology, the microchips cannot be made any smaller because at some point you get quantum effects, because electrons are bleeding from one wall to the next and such. And then 1 or 2 or 3 years ago someone said, fuck it, I find a better solution. I don't know how it went down really, but a better solution was found. And now we will get devices that are even more high-res. They will have even more refined electronics, and so things will get even smaller and faster. Beautiful. That's the way. But will we ever be able to build the galaxy wide, multiple galaxy civilization that I hope we will have? Will we ever communicate with each other, or will there always be the light speed barrier? I mean, presumably yes. We will not be able to overcome that because of paradoxes. Because space-time itself is taking place, is communicating with itself in means of cause and effect at light speed, not faster. So if we would overcome that, then we would cause paradoxes. That seems rather shitty, man. One. 0? Are you fucking shitting me? How much gold do we have? 1, 2, 3. Okay, but not enough. Huh. soon it is time to do different things. Reload my channel. Aha, excuse me. So the new MIPS thing that I just released, when was that? Half an hour ago or so. 9 views, 1 comment, 1 like. Let's look at the comment. You are a piece of dog shit and should be killed with an acid bath. No, that's not what's written here. I really enjoy your Stationeers guides, keep it up. Okay, I will upvote this later. Because I don't want to give the person the impression that the interaction has taken place and is over. I want to respond to that. I believe the word considerable also implies indeed the word able. And that's a matter of training. And that's a matter of willingness. And then I only have question marks for you. Maybe not you specifically, of course. This is surprisingly not gold. What am I doing? Mining addiction. Let's go indoors, clean up. In other words, let's turn down the music. Okay. Boy, did we burn through batteries. But the station is fine, and the temperature... Right. 24 degrees, like it is designed to be. And now the light is on. Oh, right, I didn't even think of the beacon. It would run out of battery. At 50% exactly, even though we were out mining for an hour or something. Not bad. The small battery is enough for the beacon. But, speaking of which, we can make a... Oh, I have to smelt first. We can make a beacon that's installed in the station, and then I can tell it to turn on automatically when I leave the station. That would be cool. The lights were not on the whole time. No, they were not. Batteries are full. No. So, let's prepare the smelts.
Don't deny me of the things that I want, the things from you that I need.
Invar. Nickel and iron. Nickel and copper. So we need lots of nickel and... yeah. Let's make a lot of that stuff while we're at it. If we have enough nickel, that is. Good thing I brought some nickel back. Not that I want that to be brought back at all. So we have this here. Not at least in the form that I remember. That looks good. Wait, I have 200 grams of nickel here. 50, 50, 50, 50. That's 200. 50, 50, 50, 50. Da 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 da. I need more here though. Can't see the fucking tooltip. I think this thing could benefit from some buttons here, some standard value selectors. But you know, the idea isn't to start many new playthroughs like I keep doing for whatever stupid reason, but to build a proper station. And a proper station, you make the buttons. Dim 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 plum. Dim 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 plum 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 plum. So that's that stuff. And the rest, well, will I make some more steel? Probably. We used lots of steel. Steel 50 grams. We have 100 gram of steel. Certainly more steel, I would say. Even more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we can actually afford to make even more steel. Steel, steel, steel. Whatever this is, and then the rest. Do we need some more electrum while we're at it? And some more solder? Electrum? No, we don't. Okay. Then it has been decided. The next step is use the furnace. Oh, right. Whoop-de-whoop. So I do have my smelty stuff bag. There should be some mining belty stuff here. Oh, there it is. Right. So that I don't forget this, I will put it up here. That would be awkward, forget smelting half the stuff. Well, it's our workbench, we have to do some work, so yeah, that's what it is. Now I hope, I dearly fucking hope, that I emptied the furnace the last time. It did. Great. Oh, I didn't even consider that. Oh yeah, and I need to turn on the stacker and set it back to 500 because that's its purpose now. It's used for multiple purposes. Can I turn this thing on and off also from the side? I can't. I will take a screening, because it's just inconsistent. Stack size 500. Okay. Wish me luck. Hey, we're in the shadow here. This means that the sun shouldn't be melting our stuff. Let's see if that's indeed so. Don't have... yes, I have. Okay, doesn't matter. It's not melting. I've never done the experiment. Behold. Cool, I've never seen that so clearly. Yes, it is the sun. Now we need a lot of heat and pressure in this thing. Probably cooled out completely, there's no more fire going on. Indeed, it doesn't open by itself, so the needle should now jump. It does. Let's stuff all the stuff in, but first I want to make Invar. Which one was that again? Invar Constantan. Invar is the one that is more tricky to make, so I want to do that first. Iron, a nickel. Okay. Let's put in then the nickel. Yeah, it's rather cramped here. And for iron. Yeah, we're gonna make the advanced furnace eventually anyway, and that will not be placed here. Yeah, people usually, I mean, I've often seen that people place the furnace like out there, like 100 meter away or 50 or whatever, and I don't know why. Because, I mean, well, are you not in control of that thing? I mean, how much pressure is in there? I mean, right now I might lose it because I can't see it, but who has a placement idiotic as this? So, we have 40 megapascals. Now let's increase the temperature and pressure further. And what we need is 1.2 to 1.5 and 18 to 20. What we have is 1.2 to 1.5, and almost 18. Great. Actually, I don't want to increase the pressure, the temperature further, because then we're out of range. Starting with an empty furnace really makes this thing not so hard. What I could do is I could just add some more oxide, which will not find its counterpart to burn with, and so therefore it will achieve more pressure. And here we have our Invar, I hope. And now the Constantan. Let's put the stuff in. Lever is closed. Should have read that first. Bimp.
Aparatos eléctricos, juguetes, libros, cigarros, cigarrillos.
Still green, of course, because it's still the same stuff. But now the mixture cometh.
En efecto, hay muchas cosas allí.
So what's the pressure?
Por ejemplo,
It's green. What does this make? Will produce a Constantan. Okay, never mind.
cocinar o comer.
So let's smelt the rest then. Steel. No, steel. Temperature is Babadimhamrufts. Okay.
Que no. Sí, hombre, sí. Por favor.
Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep.
Entonces,
Beat up. Too cold, I know. Pressure is kind of high. Let's open this then. Yes, an inlet chute would be nice. Toss, 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 toss. Come back later. So, temperature way too low, pressure is high, but okay-ish. So let's kick this thing in the balls once again. Three times 150 is 450. And there's our steel. So open the dude up. Temperature is high enough to smelt this. Do we have some more very demanding material? Yeah, the iron. I don't know how much iron takes. I think it's 800. Wait, that's wrong. 800, yep. So we can upgrade the manufactories, man. We can make the advanced mining drills. So next mining excursion, if any, would be much faster. Can also make the arc welder because I have the materials. Okay, make another IC10 to control the timing of the grow lights. So we're about to have a breakthrough here.
Hunger caution.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck. Okay, I fucked up. I had the thing closed and now we have this mixture here which is completely useless. The entire iron has been melted into one thing here. We could now put up the centrifuge to deal with that. And then that will take a lot of time to deal with. And maybe that's the way we should do it. But I am rather impatient. I mean, we have wasted so much time mining, and so I will now actually reload the game. Which means that we have to start over, and that fucking sucks. But alright, that's what we have to do. Fuck! Autosave would have helped here. Yeah, it's just that things are shorter. We need to put up the centrifuge anyway, but that would have taken too much time. I want to get there now. All the waiting for the outcome here. No, that's taking it too far. Just because I forgot to flip the fucking lever because things are too cramped here. So again, first the iron, or what was it? Oh, have I turned on the thing? I have, at least that's that. Again, Invar, I believe that was with iron, huh? Iron, okay. Nickel is in there. 200 grams. Time for the iron. Sigh, well, shit happens. Not gonna cut this out. Too much work. I mean, if I would have to find the place in the YouTube video, and then I would have to select the part and say delete. And this then would take another whole day of calculation, depending on how large the video is, file size wise. And we are at 4 hours already. God damn it, this is so fast. Time flies. 200 gram, 200 gram. What's the pressure? 14,136. Okay. Now for the Invar, for the Constantan, lever is closed, good. So what do we have? Temperature and pressure both seem alright. Let's see if the indicator light agrees. It does. Creates Constantan. So in you go, steel. Lever is closed. Let's verify indoors if that's actually all happening. Invar Constantan. You know what? I will actually go and already print the mod because it takes a long ass time to print. We need steel, electrum Constantan solder. And only one, please. Yes, what I just did there, I went to the electronics printer and started printing a mod for the electronics printer. When that has printed, then I can upgrade the electronics printer to tier 2. After that I will have more recipes in it, among them for example the upgrade of this type, but for the autolathe, the pipe bender and the tool manufactory. And then I will print those also and upgrade those things, and afterwards I will expand our tool thing by 1 row. That will make such a difference, man. Okay, it's too cold anyway. Must become 450 now. And then some more heat. $100 grams of steel. Open. Oh, and open indeed. Save. Close. Things are looking less busy now. And start smelting. Now we'll just all go in there and stack up to 500 if it can. None more of that stuff. Now let's do the iron. From the front. And
Hunger caution.
nothing bad can happen, because whenever I have the opportunity to toss something new in, the old stuff will already be out. worst thing that can happen is that the temperature drops too much, so what I get out is this, but degassed, as in we'll get out this. There's no reason to worry here. Except the pressure, maybe? And I might drag in some volatiles. That would kill us all. I mean, the explosion would be so big it would crash your game. Gold 600k, silver 600k, copper 600k, aha, and silicon indeed 900k. Steel smelting temperature. Oh, what about the other stuff? Nickel. 800k, okay, that's a problem. Well, then I will just not smelt these 4 stupid grams. Listen up, grams. Yes? You are stupid. Oh, why would you say that? It's the truth. I have witnesses. It's done. Let's take a look at the harvest. "400 grams of iron, 230 grams of gold, 0 grams of filtration, 100 grams of steel, 500 grams of steel, some stupid silicon ingot, 200 grams of silver, almost 400 grams of copper. Yeah, rich bitch baby. And here's the printout, which I can witness for a second. Behold, behold, behold and such. And pop. Start with the tool printer mod, please. Oh, we need steel? I wonder if we have steel. Which reminds me, I want to make the deep miner. Oh right, I cannot make the deep miner. This thing needs to be upgraded first. But we can make the recycler. To get some order in this bitch. Recycler. iron and copper. In one of my stations I have a proximity sensor here and one here, and when I step here it will set itself to 500 and turn on, and here to 20 and turn on, and when I'm in the middle, both of them are triggered, then it will set itself to 100 and turn on. So yeah, that's a bit awkward to use, but it's super fast. Very convenient. Awkward but convenient. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Another breakthrough experience. Look at this sorry thing. The true manufactory. No more. Afterwards, I want the auto lathe mod. 81, 82. That is the cooling system. It is still ACE. We are 23, 24 degrees Celsius. Perfect. We don't have any air pressure control yet because that just happened to work out automatically, so why bother? But that's of course unprofessional. We would have to deal with that at some point, but let's first deal with the things that we have to deal with. One last look and pop over. Now I would like to have a tool belt of the better kind, which takes Constantan and iron. What just happened? Oh. And after that the pipe bender. So we need Constantan. Wait, isn't that in here? Yeah, and that's all we have, I think. So, man. Wait, that's the pipe bender mod. I want to make the auto lathe first. Auto lathe. And then the bender. Iron. And we can make the glasses. But for that we need the advanced materials to look through the planet. Time for the change. I mean, look at that. And this thing? Well, we have a recycler. Where are my cables, please? Which are also tools, effectively. Then there's the drill. Got some recharging. How are we doing? 77. Deep miner. Electrum, Invar, Constantan. Electrum, Invar, Constantan. All in here, in that stupid hog here. Okay, let's wait a moment then. How are we doing power-wise? Oh, we're doing well. 4 station batteries, that makes a difference. Doesn't it feel rather well by now? Boop-a-dip-beep-it-up. This one could be put up in here, where it's supposed to be dark, but this is not a plant affecting light. You don't want to be in darkness the whole time. I think I will put the chip in here. Maybe not here, because that is actually the place that I created for darkness. So rather here then, maybe. Yeah, let's do something funny.
Power low.
Why does the double click not work? I thought they fixed this. Perfect. So more heavy cables while we're at it. Where do I need those? Right. Electrum. Why is this thing stopping? No more gold. Ha 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 ha. A deep miner, please. Gold. Should I section this off by making it a room so I can have an occupancy sensor when I come in here the light turns on in the ceiling? Seems reasonable. But how would I do that? I would have to place a door here. Then I have to make a door. Electrum solar. You don't fucking believe it. This double click doesn't work. Wait, no solder? Yeah, it reminds me of The Boys. Solder boy. Electrum solder. Deep miner. Let's put it up here. No. Yeah, that thing has to be built out there, obviously, because it's very out there. Where would I put this? The recycler comes to mind for it. No, not the recycler. It's centrifuge, man. I want to fix this up. This is a blemish. And the housing. Hots. He's in the hots. My god, one more steer. You're fucking shitting me. Safe.
Waste tank caution.
Glass door cannot be put here. Composite door can be put here. But I think I will not electrify this, I will just go for my new hatch. Also it's kind of fitting what I'm doing here. Conveys the right feeling.
Temperature high.
Immediately it cools down. Atmospherics check. Room 15. Room 14. Okay, we can use the occupancy sensor to turn the light on. Once we have power in here. No. Yes. Cables. One tip you should really try to consider: don't stand here while closing the door. You will need you need to reload. You will not necessarily die, but your suit will be destroyed. Therefore, if you have something down here, a pipe with a pipe cowl upwards bent, and you're trying to get away, that little thing might kill you. So, things to consider. Where will I get my power here? Oh, that's good. Fits the plan. Okay. Pip. Now let's give this thing a name.
Hunger critical.
And start programming once more. IC housing, plant clock. Just so that I can distinguish it visually in the drop down. And this thing can also be named, and that's completely unnecessary, but plant clock. Then we have this dude here. Oh, wait. Oh, right. Maybe I should change the light type. That makes it simpler. Else I would have to use naming and such. Maybe this is in the right light to use. Because it looks a bit basement-like, you know? What's happening? Or even better, that thing doesn't belong there at all. It belongs here. On the techno wall. Now with maintenance flavor. But that was a stupid idea. I can no longer really see what's going on with the plants. Which light will we use? This one? This one, maybe? Yeah, that was a reminder I soon have to stop, but there are too many things going on right now, I don't wanna. So let's see what I can do about this reminder. Clickety click, clickety clack. Does the light... Okay, let's ignore the lamp that is on the ceiling. This light, does it look the same than the other? I'm not sure, but I would say so, yeah. Okay, doesn't really matter then. Alrighty. That's what it is then, and now we need to automate things. And I also need to rename the other chip, because when we're already starting renaming chips, then we should do so thoroughly. Okay, so we need a detector, like this dude here, which is called... It's not called anything? Are you shitting me? Usually when a pointer thinks you get a tooltip. Here we don't get one. Screenshot. and that is sense occu primary. And the other will of course be sense occu greenhouse. Which other you mean? The one that I'm going to print now? Yep. No iron, how the fuck? Yep, that makes sense. Announce what's going on right when you're coming in. What is happening? Greenhouse. Wait, the sun is back? Oh, that's the evening sun. Sure, it just came back behind, what am I saying? Oh, fuck me sideways, I forgot to set the time scale. Ah. Wait, what does this mean? It means that the sun should be somewhere else, right? Yep. Damn. Stupid. So, or some bit further even already? Think so. That's about the time we would have now. Anyway, where was I? Programming. Now we can see a plant clock and we can see a primary. So take care where we click. You have to take care where I click. And then we have this thing here. Beep. Pop. The type is already defined. Now I only need to add another one. Green. Let me copy the text. I don't know which one this is. Right, this was for debugging. Can be removed. Structure wall lights. So when this guy detects we're in the room, the light shall be on, all of them. Export. Light turns off, light turns on. Can't explain that. Now the plant clock. We can turn these things on and off. Which is easy to do. Let's go to plant clock, import what's there, which is nothing. I could also have clicked clear here, but why change the routine? Alrighty. One thing that I know I will do is we can work backwards, why not? Right badge, that's also often a good idea. You are sure what the outcome is, so you can build a bridge between the is and this ought. You could also, if the outcome isn't clear, you slowly grow yourself towards it. But here we know what the outcome will be. We're gonna say right badge to hash structure grow light, whether it shall be on. That's all. But based upon what? Based on whether it's night. So let's define a register for that. Alias, the daytime. It's day. Because this doesn't work. It's day shall be R15, and when it's day, the thing shall be on. Now if you determine whether it is day, R14 shall be our countdown, and I'm making them global even though there's a very short source code here, because it's just a concept. This thing will be eternal basically, and so why shouldn't we, you know. Now I have to check, do we have day or do we have night? The duration, let's just define something here. Define day shall be, we already said 2400, but let's just calculate again in case I was mistaken. So we have 20 minutes. 20 minutes times 60 is 1200 seconds. Times 2 is 2400 game ticks. Half a second. So 2400 is what we have. Ah, fuck. The escape key? Seriously? It closes the fucking window? That bug is still in there? God shit, man. Starting over. The theme of the day. Thank you, mankind. Write batch to hash structure grow light on its day. Duration day shall be, let's say it's, I mean the darkness is is smaller with the potatoes than the
Power critical.
Light duration, right? So it also biases this a little bit and say the duration day shall be 1400 and define duration night 1000. Now we have 2400. I don't want to initialize whether it's day or night, because I would just want to leave that up to the persistence concept of the simulation. In other words, when I export the source code again, or plug this chip back in, or reload the save game, then I want the values that the game thinks should be there, instead of me initializing this. What I have to do, of course, if I have to subtract from countdown into countdown, or I have to subtract into countdown from countdown 1. Then I have to check, is countdown now below 0? Branch if greater than 0, countdown start. Because if the... wait, does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. Branch if less than 0, or less than or equal, I mean, doesn't really matter. Or less than, okay, less than, motherfucker. Less than 0, if it's less than 0, countdown, then I want to go to switch day and night, because that's what's happening then. But I want to execute the light thing also. Therefore, I don't want to branch there. I want to... No, I'm not sure. I know there's a subroutine command. But is there one that you can also jump there? Oh, there it is, AL. I think that's the one. Branch to line B if A is less than 0, and store next line number in RA. See, we also have subroutines. There is not just the registers R0 to R15, there's also the register SP and RA. SP is the stack pointer, and I haven't yet dealt with the stack at all, even though I know a few things about it. Let's ignore this for now. And then we have RA, which would just be basically a line number. And when I say this subroutine, or let's already use this one out. And then here I can say jump to where? To RA. Then what happens is I will jump back right to this place, right below this. It remembers where we were, calls this and stores, and then we can jump back to here, which also implies that we can't have this in a nested form. If I do the same thing here, then, well, I guess the original information is just lost. This is just a number after all. But in principle, we have a lot of benefit from that, because this subroutine then could be called in different places. Of course, I could, of course, since it's only being called in one place here, make just a marker here and jump back there decidedly. But why would I? I don't have to. Anyway, so you could have a subroutine that's being used in different places, and the subroutine could deal with register values. It could use them. So you could prepare the values here, jump down there, could prepare the values here, jump down there, and so forth. So that makes short work then. Subtract from the countdown. Branch if less than 0, AL, as in store the current location, switch day night. When that has happened, we just want to return to where we were, and that's this. That's basically the core of the clock, but now we have to switch the day night situation, and that means that I will just check. I will just flip whether it is day or night. I would express whether it is day or night as a 0 or as a 1. So I can just say this. If its day is equal to 0, then that's true, right? But this becomes 1 then. If its day is equal to 0, it's not equal to 0, then that's false, which is 0, right? So this is 0. This flips the bit. This flips it from 1 to 0 and from 0 to 1. Again, its day is equal to 0. Is that so? Yeah, okay. Then that is a logic statement of true, which is 1. So this thing equal to 0 becomes 1. And when this thing is not equal to 0, then that is a false statement, and so it becomes 0. SEQZ just flips the bit, or flips the entire value. Now I need to find out what the value is, but we can do something very cool, because there's a select statement. I can select now into the value of countdown based upon its day, the duration day, else I will use the duration night, and I think that's the entire clock. Let's see. Select. Register shall be... okay, let's... Oh, motherfucker! Are you fucking shitting me? Not funny. Why does this happen 3 times today? Why is this a fucking theme? That's why I can also only tell you make backups and save your documents. Do that, because nothing's more frustrating than having to do the same shit over and over again. Branch if less than 0 RA. What? AL, yeah. To switch the thing, and then this, and confirm, and save, and edit. Motherfucker. So, define duration day, define duration night, alias, yield. Then we want to switch whether it's day, which was SEQZ. If its day is equal to 0, then that's true. So 0 becomes 1. Alright. Now I want to find out if it's day and when it's day. No, I want to... right, the countdown. I want to write it to countdown. The first is always where you want to write stuff. Then it shall be the duration day. And else it shall be the duration night. Confirm, save, edit, pause. So what does the select statement do? We'll just make a little screenshot here of the cancel button, because I have to bring that up. God damn it. What's more frustrating? I mean, source code is like chess. I mean, you're playing an entire chess game and then someone tosses the board off the table. Fuck, man. Okay, so register shall be, this here is the register, shall be set to B if A is non-zero, otherwise C. So register shall be set to B if A is non-zero. So register countdown shall be set to duration day if its day is non-zero, if it's 1. Else duration night. Yeah. So here we get whether it's day or night, and here we have the switch situation, which only happens when the countdown is less than 0. since we're now setting the value of the day or night, this duration countdown kind of thing, it will afterwards not be like this, and so we will not call this method, this subroutine the whole time, only one time. Then we return here, set whether the light is dark or night. So we immediately executing that. We could also have done this earlier, it doesn't really matter. And then we start the main loop again. Duration day, duration night, arsed is day, R15, countdown R14. I think we have our daylight clock. And if we run this now, plant clock export. Aha, okay, for whatever reason, yeah, of course, we started, of course, at the register value 0, since the chip has never been used. And so the countdown reached 0, and so its day, which was of course also 0, was flipping over to its day. Now it's day. Alrighty, let's plant some shit. Only one potato, Vasily. Oh, the plant analyzer cartridge would be useful. Aha, it's already growing. Let's see. Let's look at the tooltip. We can see hydroponics tray, hold R to clear potato, and then I would click, and hold for a long time, and then it would be gone, which is not what you want. And in your case it would probably be C, because I changed my keyboard layout. Excuse me. So the potato... Oh, motherfucker. The potato is thriving towards fruiting. That is the best message you can get. Or even better, thriving towards seeding, which means that it has gone through a few growth stages and is now showing 1 or 2 potatoes. Incidentally, I need to eat some. And so afterwards it will be progressing towards seeding, which is what you want, because you also want to get some seeds back. Not all the time maybe, but at the beginning certainly, because you have 2 potato seeds in reserve, and then there's also this one. So when this has 2 potatoes, I mean, okay, again, this thing grows and then suddenly it has potatoes. And from then on, it will keep growing until you have seeds. And once it has seeds, you can click on the thing, then you get seeds in your hand, which you maybe know. And then you toss the seeds away, which you maybe sometimes do. And then you can click again, and you get your, you can get the potato, or even 2 potatoes. So you would have to click again, then you have the second potato, and then it's over. Then the plant is gone entirely. This is not a perennial fruit, which will keep growing like the tomato, which you can also get via trading. But this one is just dead then. But now you have 1 potato, 2 potatoes, and you have a seed. So 1 plant became 2 plants. I mean, did it? We put 1 seed in, we get out 2 potatoes and a seed. 1 became 3. In other words, afterwards we can plant 2 more plants. If you get 2 potatoes, that only happens if the growing conditions have been kinda okay. At least kinda okay, it doesn't have to be thriving the whole time. Now, what happens if you harvest the potatoes before it seeds, before it has achieved the seeding? Then it will be gone. The plant will be gone. But you can harvest 1 potato if it has 2. You will see that here if it has 2. And then the plant will still be fine and will still be progressing towards seeding. So it's very user-friendly. Now let's look at the plant analyzer cartridge. If we can. Fuck man, what is happening with the fucking game? Early access indeed. Good thing I have 2 hands. Is what she said, or whatever. Ah, this works. Now we see the growth efficiency, which is what the statement "it's striving towards fruiting" was derived from. So that's basically a summary statement, only here it is as a number. And we will now see some of the values that go into this: the breathing efficiency, the temperature efficiency, and then we also have the pressure efficiency. I don't know what the breathing efficiency is up there when the mixtures are down here. In my opinion, what we should first see is all the summary statements and then the details that went into the summary statement. So I'm making a screenshot to bring that up. So we have the growth efficiency, which is basically full. We have the breathing efficiency, which is basically full. We can see why down here. We can see carbon dioxide needs to be at least 1%, and we have 3.57%. That's fine. Pollutant should be 992 pascals, which is basically 1 megapascal at max, and we have 1/8 of that, so to speak. So we need to take care of that, but it's alright still. Volatiles we have none, and that would otherwise have to be the same max limit. Dip, 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 go back up here. Breathing efficiency has been cleared up. Now the temperature efficiency, we see the min ideal temperature is 19 degrees. The current temperature is 24 degrees thanks to our cooling solution, and the max ideal temperature is 31. Ideal temperature means that if it is outside that range, we're still fine, but the plant will not be growing as well and the growth efficiency will be down a bit. And also the plants kind of mutate genetically, so its offspring will kind of reflect the environment it has been in. So if you had a temperature that was rather cold, then the next generation will be more tolerant to that, to being cold. I know that's not realistic, but what do you expect? 1,000 plant generations for a genetic mutation, and then you pick out the best, and then that's it or whatever? That's what you want to do? What you can also do, by the way, is, well, genetics. Guides genetics, because you can plant genetic analyzer, stabilizer, splicer, plant sampler. Yeah, you can do something with the plants. You can do, you can raise them to be particularly efficient in every regard, if you so wish. I never did this. For example, if you have like a factory for oxygen or for CO2, depending on what plant you're using, or maybe a plant that you're using particularly for cooling, because those even exist, you just don't have them from the start, then you want to make them maximally perfect, and then you want to multiply them, have a whole greenhouse of them, because then that would certainly make a dent. Now we have seen the temperature. Let's move on to the pressure efficiency. 100%. Min ideal 50, max ideal 100. We have 81. Perfect. Let's move on. Light efficiency, 105%. How did that happen? Light intensity is 80%. That comes from the growth light. If you would be on Mars and during daytime and the grow light would be on, I think we would have like 100. We would have 84%, or was it 100 something? It adds up anyway. Light efficiency 106%. Illumination stress is 1%. Illumination stress is when this thing gets too much or too little light. Or even when you turn on or off the sun / the grow light. That's what happens then. Yes, the illumination stress goes up. So what does it mean? Too much light or too little light? No, it just means stress related to light or related to darkness. Currently we have neither light nor dark deficiency, so the illumination stress will not build up. If the illumination stress would be like at 100% or 200% or even higher, that can be, then the plant would be under stress, and so the overall growth efficiency would be very low. If there would be no light deficiency and no dark deficiency at that time, then this means that the illumination stress would be going down, but it would still be there and would still influence the growth efficiency. So now the hydration efficiency, 100%. Alrighty. So we're verifying this plant is growing. We could even risk plant all three of them, you know, but I'm not going to do that. Let's not play with fire. We're astronauts. Fire burns here. Question is, oh right, I should change the plant clock so that it shows what's going on, whether it's day or night. We can do that. I can just write that to the housing, but I will do something even more nice. I will say branch relative equal to 0. It's day. I don't know. Some lines. See, this is not me branching to a certain line or branching to a certain label, which is the same as a line, of course, line number, but I'm branching relatively. So I can say branch back by 1 line or by 2 lines or whatever. So, for example, you would never do this because it means advanced 1. and advanced 1 happens anyway. You would do something like this, for example. I don't know how many lines I want to skip yet, so let's see. What I certainly want to do is I want to write to the housing into the setting value, the value of countdown. But not actually. I want to move into R0 the value of countdown. Move doesn't mean it is moved there, this is copy. I mean this in 68K assembly, when I learned that in the 1980s, it also used the move command, and everybody else was also saying that should be the copy command. Why is it moving that or whatever? Motorola, what can you say? Then here, when we are actually skipping ahead 2 lines, 1, 2, here I want to say when it is day, I mean if its day is equal to 0, then it's not day. But when it is day, then I want to make clear that it is day in the countdown. Not that it's necessary seeing that the light is on, but still. And so I can say multiply R0 by this maybe. So we will just have some kind of visual indicator. We will still have the normal countdown here, but it will either have all this prefix stuff or not. Plant clock export. So currently it's day, we should have a very high number here. And we do, oh. Right, I multiplied that was stupid, I would have to add that value. And it pisses me off already, because I'm so used to this, that the computer doesn't turn on and off automatically as I get closer. But I will leave that as an exercise to the reader. Here we go, plant clock is counting down. Didn't realize that this much time had already passed. But you can see it's still over a minute left, and then we will flip to night. So what's to be done afterwards? I'm trying to not miss this, but still. Oh, my battery is empty? Didn't even notice that. And why would I? Because I'm indoors. I mean, I could take off my... What's happening? I could take off my astronaut suit base, by the way. Let's do that. Because there's light everywhere. 53. So now the hygiene is increasing, no suit or helmet. And the mood is increasing because we're in a room. Things are looking up. Okay, I missed it. But anyway, now it's counting down the night from 1000. We see this. And the light is off. Now let's see what the plant says in regards to the light. Not much. This zooming in capability that they built into the game, really fucking awesome. Light intensity 0%. So flashlight and all that, I can't use the flashlight, my helmet is off. Is 0%, so all these lights here don't play a role. The only thing that plays a role is that thing. And so we can see the light efficiency is 104%. That is just this aspect of the plant's existence, whether there's light or darkness. This aspect, like the pressure efficiency or the breathing efficiency, the light efficiency is very, very good. I don't know why there's illumination stress. That might be because the light turned off. I don't care, it's low enough. Yeah, so we have our plant grow light. Even though we have changed the world clock, the plant won't bother because the light is going in the right rhythm. Hello, hello, hello. And it was so easy. Well, once you know your way around, obviously, but I mean, in principle, how much did we really do here? 2 liters of water in there, all is well. Nah, maybe we should leave that open, so the plant doesn't suffocate itself. I have to do some things today, and so, hey, what's going on with my hair? I have, alright, this hair, okay. But here I have a bald head, and that's wrong. Screenshot. I remember I already told them, but I guess they didn't see that.
Hunger caution.
Alrighty, so that's it. We're standing in our still very crappy station, but it is now upgraded. We now have automatic lights. We have full station batteries, which will last us through the night. Case in point, what's the time of day? we have a solar angle 135, and after this we have 136, so we're moving towards midnight still. But, you know, energy is looking good, and if we still have enough coal, so not a problem. We have to put up a deep miner. We're not going to do that now. We have a recycler, so we can clean up a bit. Can toss the soot in there, for example. No, empty filters, you know, and not the mining belt, but the tool belt that has been used up, that I will never use again. And here we have our plants growing, hydroponics, with our own clock, despite the world clock running differently. So we have something to drink, something to eat soon. And since we will have that, well, let's do one more thing, because it's topical. Oh, the eggs are still here. Damage is at 88%, they're still viable, so I could make a room where it's 35 to 40 degrees Celsius and toss them down, then chicken would spawn. And I don't know if I want to do that, actually. I mean, I could make a chicken room, but I'm not sure if we would have the time. What does it say here? Day 6. Day 6? Right. Of course, the day counter is a bit slower here. So this is day 60, basically. Yep. Put a table here. The tables are powered, weirdly, but that's the way it is. Put down the microwave carefully so it doesn't break. No. Then you use the wrench. And now, once you have power, we can turn the thing on and roast our potatoes. Is it in the wall? Not quite. Funny. Yes, and next time, if there's a next time, because I cannot promise anything, there will probably then be some decorations, for example. We will make the room an even color, black for example, which looks nice with the light shining in there. I mean, you probably are informed about black and shiny stuff. In the airlock, for example, then all those cables would be gone. Maybe we will start spray painting stuff to indicate which cable network is which. And the deep miner, of course, would then supply us with an endless stream, slow stream of supplies that we would have to put in the centrifuge. Then we would have to make the advanced furnace, so we can make advanced alloys, so we can get the mining glasses, so we can look through the planet, and can also do a few other things. For example, get the hard suit, which has a chip slot. And something that I have said many times, there are better suits in the works, so we're looking forward to those. They will come in a few weeks, I guess, because they are very far in development already, I think, because they have been in development for a while. Yeah, and that's it for today. I got some things to do. Yeah, let's go here to the greenhouses thing. That makes sense. What? Oh, I can't click here? This shall be my thumbnail. And with that, I say goodbye for today.